I'm going to go ahead and admit everyone to the meeting. Karen, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. One moment. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 27th meeting of the full Board of Directors of Reston Association. I'm Karen Anton. I am your president, and I hope you've all enjoyed this really beautiful day. So I am calling this meeting to order. We have established quorum. And I would like to continue in the tradition established by my predecessor, Julie Bitzer, and include in my opening comments at every meeting some positive feedback we have received from members. Without further ado, I'm going to share these positive member comments with you. A member writes, "Thanks to everyone who had a part in the kids' fishing derby. It was an incredible experience for them. Things like this build lasting memories for all involved, and you cannot really do much better than that. We know you took time away from your families to be with us on a Saturday morning. We appreciate it more than you will know." Of our Covenants team, a member says, "I would like to comment on the improvements that I have personally seen in the past few months with the Covenants advisors and resell team. I want to thank your team for putting in the hard work. It is nice to have confidence in your team. I know that I can count on them to move quickly, providing the necessary documentation to keep the process moving. I just want to say great job, and I am very appreciative." And Michelle Ruhi received a great note from a member who says, "I have been a resident of Reston since 1983, and my experiences with Michelle and RA over the years only solidifies my choice to live in Reston. She kept the lines of communications open, was receptive to my questions, and answered my emails promptly. Michelle is a valuable asset to the Covenants team, and I am glad that someone with her professionalism works for RA." So kudos to Michelle and the people in Covenants and the people who made the kids fishing derby happen. Okay, next item on the, and I do have something else I want to say. I don't believe, is Mike Collins on the call tonight? I don't believe he is. He wasn't sure he was going to make it. The board knows, but I just wanted to let the community know that Mike Collins, our apartment owners representative on this board, suffered a devastating personal loss last weekend. His lovely wife passed away after a 3-year battle with cancer. Mike wasn't sure he was going to make it tonight, but he said if he did make it, what he wanted to do is thank everyone who reached out to him during this very difficult time. So I told him I'd be happy to do that on his behalf. Okay, next item on the agenda is the approval of the May 27th regular board meeting agenda. So is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move that.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second. For consent items, do we take that up in item C, or is that part of the agenda here?
It's part of the agenda, approving the entire agenda. So if you'd like to offer an amendment to this agenda, now would be the time. But
I believe the volunteer appointments merit some discussion. So I'd like to pull that off the consent calendar. And so I would recommend that would be added to item L, in the executive session for personnel matters.
So does that supersede your second to John's motion to approve the agenda, just to keep things legal here? Are you rescinding that second?
Well, so what is the process? Because it doesn't take a motion to pull an item off the consent calendar.
Okay, so I'm going to defer to our legal counsel on that. How do we handle this?
So because there's an objection, it automatically comes off the calendar. The question is where you want to place it on the regular agenda.
Okay,
Propose an amendment to John's motion.
It's not an amendment to John's motion, it's an objection to the consent calendar.
Okay. And so with that objection, do I state where it would land on the calendar? My amendment was going to be to land it somewhere.
I believe it's a suggestion. You object to it, the chair decides where it's going to get placed.
Okay. Is now the right time to do that?
You can do it now, you can do it at the consent calendar. Either way, you've made your objection, it's out there.
Okay.
You might as well deal with it now.
yeah, I agree. So, is there any,
Madam President, though I moved to get this moving, to get this in motion, I do have two things. One is a comment. Inadvertently, we did not post here our regular land use update.
correct, so that would be an amendment to this agenda to add
So
that.
I would ask that would be added under new business, perhaps. The other thing is, and I hate to cause a kerfuffle on this, but I was not present at the April 21st meeting. So though I want to vote for everything else remaining on the consent agenda and indeed the agenda, I need to abstain from approving the April 21st meeting minutes because I was not there. So do we
I think we have to vote on that separately, although as a reminder, when you were voting to approve minutes, even if you were not in attendance at that meeting, the intent is that you trust that the minutes were recorded accurately by the secretary. So if you're still not comfortable approving, then we would need to vote on that as a separate item.
Then, with your explanation, Madam President, I think I can vote on it because there was one sole issue, and that was the board committee assignments, which everyone has assented to. So I will, though absent, I will vote for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have two things. We had no objection to pulling the, not the entire consent calendar, correct, Aaron? Off,
Just the one item.
just the volunteer appointments item. And you're suggesting, well, I believe that they would need to be moved to the executive session for personnel matters.
That would be my recommendation.
That would be your, okay. So without objection, we will remove number 2 under consent.
I don't think you can have objection. So as long as any director asks for it to be removed, it's out. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sure there are a few of us that do have objections, but we don't think you can have it.
okay, well then that's done. So we need, John, did you want to make your motion to add the land use update to the agenda?
I will do that, Madam President. I move that I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't know what that was.
I move that we add an update on land use matters as an item under item M, new business.
Is there a second? I'll second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Jennifer, you're opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so the motion carries. And I will take responsibility for that. This being the May Bach meeting being my first one, I neglected to add that, which should be there every month, the land use update. So my bad on that.
Isn't there an opportunity to discuss? I thought there was an opportunity to discuss when we had a motion. So that's why I voted against, because I wanted to discuss.
I'm sorry, did I not ask for discussion after the second? Can I backtrack?
Well, we have,
I'm not sure what to do if there was some discussion that was desired.
If you would like, you could move to rescind the vote and then do it again.
Okay,
There we go.
all right. I will move to rescind the motion to add land use update to new business. Is there a second for that?
Second,
Okay, is there any discussion on that? All those, go ahead.
I believe, are we just trying to add this one thing to the agenda, or are we trying to approve the entire agenda?
Right now, we're just trying to add this one thing to the agenda.
Okay, that's helpful, and I don't have a clarification then, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay, so this vote is to rescind adding the land use update to this agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries, so we have rescinded that. And so now we're going to make the motion again to include discussion.
I move that we add land use matter updates under item M, new business.
Is there a second? Okay. Any discussion?
So my question is, John, is it just a update, or are you looking for an action out of that as well?
Good point. Very good point, in fact. Indeed, I will be suggesting an action, and that action would be for the board to agree in concept and perhaps actually by date to a work session on a more detailed update on the comp plan task force process. Good point.
And-
Thank you.
Then I might suggest that you might want to rephrase your motion and see if Aaron will still second.
Very good. Madam, I would like to make an amendment to my own motion, and that is that the land use update will also include discussion of the proposed work session.
As an action item.
Discussion and action.
Action, okay. All right, is there a second to that? Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that motion carries. Okay, so now we need to vote on on approving the agenda as amended.
we have, I think Director Petrine has an amendment.
Ah, yes,
I wish to offer an additional item to be considered by the board in new business. It's a motion by the fiscal committee. We've termed it a recommendations resolution on RRF expenditures in the 22 and 23 budget.
okay, so is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it. Sarah did it first.
Okay, is there any discussion?
May I?
Yes,
We're bringing this up because we lost a month, the fiscal committee lost a month because of being Zoom bombed in April. This issue was on the agenda at that point, and we would have brought it forth to Bach. But the next meeting that we had was on the 17th, or on the 15th of May, and adopted this motion for the board to discuss and consider. It has to do with providing a 5-year plan, look forward plan on triple RF expenditures. And there are a few other items which I believe all the board members received it, and I would like for the board to discuss it and consider the motion, please.
Okay, so as I've said to my colleagues prior to this meeting, in order for this to be added to this agenda, it needs to be considered an emergency item. Now, I will say that adding the land use update, in case anybody thinks that's not an emergency item, that was an oversight on my part because that belongs on the agenda every month as requested by the board previously. But this is, in order to be added, needs to be deemed to be an emergency item. And not to diminish the importance of it all, but I do not believe that this constitutes an emergency. So I will be in favor of having this go through Bach and then put on the agenda for the June board meeting. And just for the record, I would like to say that I have no interest in punishing the fiscal committee or being uncollaborative. But I think that we need to follow our resolutions on this. And I also think that it's the general membership has not had a chance to see this yet. So that's another reason I think to postpone this till Bach has a chance to review it. Yes.
Again, I want to reiterate that this would have been brought forward had we had the opportunity to do so. We feel the committee as a whole felt it was important enough to create a motion to bring forward to the board and have it be voted up or down, which is what I've been asked to do, and that's what I hopefully have done in an adequate manner.
Okay. Any other discussion, Aaron?
Just a question for clarification. Bob, it was unclear to me where in the agenda you were recommending this be added in.
New business.
So after the land use update?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam President,
Yes.
I just wanted to make the observation that our resolutions and other governing documents are not red tape that we can ignore when we find it convenient. They serve important purposes, including ensuring transparency and protecting member participation in our deliberations. And my question for Director Petrine would be, and I understand the circumstances that are giving rise to this motion, but to your mind, do you view this as enough of an emergency to justify depriving RA members, including the many dozens of members who spoke at our working group last week on recreational facilities, depriving them of the opportunity to participate in this discussion?
I go back to what I've said before. The fiscal committee, because of the circumstances that we face and the timeline that we're working under, are a month behind where we are supposed to be per the schedule. It was not an attempt to circumvent process. And I think it is of the resolution is, the motion is of such a nature as to instigate discussion as opposed to propose the way forward. So it will give the members this evening an opportunity to hear the committee's immediate concerns about the budget, and particularly in light of the amount of money that we expect to spend over the next decade.
I don't know if I should address this since both Karen and Tim have taken words up about my email and pitched it here. It was my opinion. We have in the past seen it differently. This can absolutely be part of his financial update. We're talking about budget in this meeting anyways. So I think at this point, just call a vote because we know where everyone stands.
Well, I don't know that we've heard from everybody who may want to say something, but I would say that whenever we call the question, I think to vote in favor of this means you feel this is an emergency. That's just a reminder. So,
Jennifer has that.
okay, is there, yes, Jennifer?
I actually went back and read our resolution because I asked a question via email to staff about the resolution, and I didn't hear anything back. So I went searching and read through it. We don't have a definition of emergency in our resolution. And I do think that considering we have been talking about capital assets, and we need staff to have guidance from us, and we need our fiscal committee to have guidance from us in order to prepare this budget, it is an emergency because we're already behind in preparing the budget. So I would deem it an emergency, but that's my own personal definition of emergency because we don't have one.
Okay.
Madam President, may I move that I move that we entertain Bob's motion, or I seconded it. I have to say that after this discussion, both because of respect for the resolution governing adding new items to the agenda, but also because I personally had substantive problems with the suggestions in the motion. I'm wondering whether we could not simply ask our treasurer, Bob, to discuss it in his treasurer's update, and that will give us the background of the issues. And then we would be better prepared to vote on it in the next meeting. That is a suggestion that I would make.
Tony, is there a reason we can't vote on it under the treasurer's update? Does it have to be new business and a separate item?
If it's part of the treasurer's update, then it's part of the treasurer's update. If you're adding it as a separate agenda item, then you have to vote on it as a separate agenda item. You know, I don't, the issue is, and as Director Dowling observed, this materials, I don't believe are part of our packet. Director Petrine, please correct me if I'm wrong. And so our members have had a chance to review this material. And
This was provided to staff last Thursday, and I did not hear back until Tuesday. So what am I to do?
It's not an indictment, Director Petrine, it's just simply a statement saying it's not part of the packet. So you as a board have to weigh your desire for transparency and complying with the fact that our documents say that what's going to be in the packet is made available as the COA require it to the public.
Folks, in the past, we've had stuff added to the packet after the meeting. We've had an IT report, and then we've had the presentation added during the meeting or after the meeting. So let's call a vote at this point.
Voted, as I said, I offered it. If the board chooses not to address this, we will present it to Bach.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, right?
Yes.
That we need to vote on. So do we have any further discussion?
Madam President, I will be voting against adding it to the agenda. But I, again, personally would find it appropriate, and I would welcome Bob giving a better explanation of it as part of his treasurer's report, as a discussion.
Let's see what the vote is. And
Yeah, I mean, I guess amending the motion, well, no, that would be counter to what you're proposing, I guess. All right, is there any more discussion? Okay. Could you repeat the motion, please?
I made a motion to add as an additional item to new business, consideration of a motion made by the fiscal committee regarding RRF expenditures in the 2022 and 2023 budget.
Okay, and we had a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4 ayes and how many nays? 3 nays, is that right? Who
No,
didn't?
4.
Who didn't vote? 4 nays, okay. So the motion fails. Is that,
Well, with your concurrence, I will briefly discuss the logic that the committee imposed on this issue
okay,
during my comments later in the meeting.
sure. And do we need a motion to defer this until next month, or just it will go to Bach in June?
I will bring the motion with any amendments that are brought, any good ideas that are brought forth later this evening to Bach for its consideration.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Thank you. All right, so with that, I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended, I believe.
So moved.
Is there a second? Tom seconds. All those in favor? And no opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so next we have the remaining items on the consent calendar, having moved number 2, volunteer appointments, to executive session for personnel matters. So I need a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? 6 in favor, 2 opposed. All right, so that motion carries. Okay, on to member comments. And yes,
Does the consent calendar carry if it's not a unanimous vote?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah. I don't think it needs to be unanimous. Okay. Member comments, and I just want to reiterate what I said at our work session last week, that we will be happy to hear any amount of member comments that we have, but we will not be responding to them in the moment. Any member comments that we feel require a response, or where a response has been requested, we will do that. But once we've had a chance to digest what the comment was, and to that end, what I have asked Christina to do is to reinstate something that we did a few years ago, and that was have a member comment tracker, so that we don't lose track of them, and we do whatever we need to do to respond to them. So I know sometimes there's a member comment and we just sort of sit here stone-faced, but that's not to say that we're not going to respond at some point if we need to. But It's not practical for us to do that in the moment. So, do we have member comments?
So we do have a couple of people signed up. The first is Dave Kerr.
Okay. Dave, for the record, would you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is David Kerr, 10718 Midsummer Drive, and I am the chair of the RA Fiscal Committee. Earlier this week, when I looked at the packet for tonight's meeting, I noticed there was an addition of a senior staff member to fiscal that's been recommended for 2022. I'm not aware of what that's about, but I strongly support it if it adds back a CFO position. As some of you are aware, I have been an advocate for reinstating this position since it was eliminated. Since the beginning, RA has managed its financial responsibilities with two senior financial positions, a CFO and a controller. In 2018, when both those positions left RA, we needed to fill two positions and intended to. We quickly hired a controller, which was critical because of the two positions. That's the position that does the day-to-day operations, making sure our bills are paid, people are paid, and everything gets done and reported properly. But for whatever reason, it was then deemed not necessary to complete the search for a CFO. Over the last couple of years, several fiscal committee members have expressed their concern on not having this additional position. Unfortunately, those concerns were often twisted into a conversation of our controller's ability instead of a real discussion on having enough senior financial staff to handle the association's tasks. The controller position is in any organization is a very hands-on, detail-oriented daily activity. It's very time-consuming. Asking a controller to additionally take on the more strategic planning, budgeting, forecasting, and policy-making responsibilities causes these things to suffer regardless of the person in that role. At our last fiscal committee meeting, which you've learned by now, we voted to put an important strategic budgeting recommendation in front of the board tonight. I understand that that's not going to be covered tonight. I've heard why, but my point here only is that this request is long overdue, and it's not what fiscal committee should even be doing, okay? These are the types of areas of strategic planning and budgeting that RA needs to address in its financial staffing needs. There have been conversations about fiscal playing a bigger role in working on strategic goals and investing longer-term borrowing strategies and doing analysis of lifetime infrastructure costs. There have even been suggestions to add additional financial committees to help with these tasks. All of these items are critical and must be done. The problem lies in who does it as opposed to what is done.
I'm sorry, that's actually time.
I don't get 5 minutes.
Oh, sure, yes.
I won't need that much more. Thank you. Responsibilities like these should fall on a CFO. A fiscal committee is a volunteer group that has periodic turnover and meets a few hours a month. A CFO is a permanent full-time position that works side by side with the CEO. So I'm hoping that the new headcount request is for a CFO and hope that the board will take serious look at filling this much needed vacancy. Please don't make this a can we afford it discussion, but make this a we can't afford not to discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Next member comment?
So next on the list is Sarah Selbridge D'Souza.
Hi, Sarah D'Souza, 2118 Greenwatch Way, Reston, Virginia. I'm making this comment as a member, but it's directed to my colleagues on the board. I know there's one name on the consent calendar that causes a lot of pause with many of us. And that name is our past colleague, Director Ben Nayer's appointment to the IT committee. Everyone has made mistakes. Ben is not the first to make mistakes, nor is he the last to make mistakes. This committee has been his work product from before joining the board. This was his pitch even before becoming a board member, and the past year has showed us the importance of this committee and why we need the IT oversight. That said, I'm just requesting my colleagues to please not allow your fears to dictate your actions. Let's not be petty and vindictive, but please be generous and kind and broad-minded and give everybody a second chance. And I'm just, again, I haven't talked to Director Iyer since he left the board. This is just me personally thinking he is a definite need on this committee and he will absolutely be a value add. So that's my 2 cents and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Webb,
Did I respond?
are you giving a member comment as a member?
I just wanted to respond.
Well,
If that's all right. Or
Aaron, it wasn't just directed only at you. I know that name causes a reaction with a lot of us. It was to all of us.
Yeah, maybe.
member comments are not meant to be two-way conversations,
All right.
but
We'll talk in executive
we
session.
can talk in executive session, yes. Any other member comments?
We do have one other member, Christine Hine.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Christine Heine, 11745 Indian Ridge Road. I just recently learned about the proposed closure of 4 pools in Reston. I've been living here for 28 years and swim at Newbridge Pool every summer. And Reston is getting less and less livable with all the development that's going on, all the traffic, all the congestion. Closing any pools will make it even less pleasurable to live here. I know I read that one of the reasons for closing Newbridge and Tall Oaks was that they're getting less usage, but I would say much of that's due to the fact that over the last 10 years especially, you have RA has closed those pools on so many days, it's hard to know what days they're open. And that really messes up schedules. In the last few days, I've been swimming at Ridge Heights since you have only 2 pools open right now. And everyone I've talked with has been very concerned about closing the pools. And I know a lot of people probably haven't commented on that yet because we're just hearing about it. So I do hope that you will seriously reconsider any plan to close pools and repurpose them for any reason, because frankly, I think that having pools in a neighborhood is so important for the kids and those of us who swim laps and others who do exercise in them. And I don't think you should base whether or not you close a pool on how crowded it is, because those of us who use Newbridge and Tall Oaks like them because they're not packed with people jumping all over us as we're trying to swim. And that does happen at some of the other pools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member comments?
I am not seeing any other hands right now.
Okay.
Actually, I see one hand from Aaron.
Did I offer one?
Yes, Director Webb.
All right, so Aaron Webb, 11401 Hook Road. I realized I should probably clarify. The reason I wanted to pull the volunteer appointments off the consent calendar is a mathematical one. There were 7 appointments recommended for 5 slots. The committee has a maximum of 7, and there's already 2 people on it. And so
6 appointments for 6 slots, Aaron.
There are 6 for 5. That was our error because Aaron and Clara count as 2 of the 7.
Clara is an ex officio member, so she doesn't have a vote.
I have confirmed that she counts. As a member of the committee, it doesn't distinguish voting or non-voting.
that's my only,
Thank
that's
you.
my comment. That's my reason behind it was pure math.
Okay, we'll be discussing this all later.
Jennifer has her hand up.
Yes. Jennifer,
Then I object to it going in executive session. A matter of count should not be a matter that should be taken up in executive session.
I agree with Jennifer.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The time to deal with it going into executive session would be at the point the motion is made to go into executive session.
so
Then I will count, I will object again when we get into an executive session.
okay.
So then that would affect our cleansing motion, Tony, wouldn't it, when we come out?
So you make the motion, I move to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. Objection, or motion second, discussion. Director Juszczyk objects because based on the statement made by Director Webb, this is a question of numbers, not a question of individual personnel members, and thus I don't think it should go forward. And then the board votes and you decide whether you're going to executive session, much like you would decide any other motion.
It will evolve into a personnel issue, though, if we're all in agreement that there are one too many people that have been recommended, right?
Madam Chair, might I suggest a brief executive session to confer with counsel at this point to discuss this matter?
Okay.
I think he meant now.
Yes, I think he did too.
So I think as a board, I will, what Tony said as a motion, I'm making as a motion.
Second.
Second that, or Sarah, go ahead. Sarah made the second.
Okay, I mean, since there already is an executive session that involves consultation with counsel, do we need a third executive session?
The motion has been made, Karen. I think we need to call it.
I'm asking a question of Tony.
Board's discretion, Karen.
Okay. All right. Could you repeat the motion, please?
I motion that we have a brief executive session, consult with counsel related to former consent item number 2, volunteer appointments.
And there was a second, right?
I was the second. Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Was there any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Christina, can you get us into executive session, please?
Madam President, I think you're on mute.
I did not do that. Okay. All right. I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session related to consultation with legal counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So we are on item E, I believe, which is the March meeting minutes and March legal committee report. And I have a couple of motions to that effect. If I can find, all right. I move to approve the amended March 25th, 2021 minutes.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Discussion? That was backwards. Discussion.
I'm abstaining.
You're abstaining, okay. All right, so we have 7 ayes and 1 abstain on that, okay. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in the March 25th executive session to adopt the March Legal Committee's report and affirm the decisions reached. All those in favor? Do I have a second? Sorry.
I'll second.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Abstain? 1 abstain. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. All right. Item F, I move that we convene into executive session to discuss violation matters, contractual matters, and consult with legal counsel. Do I have a second? Sarah seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Were you in favor, Jennifer? I didn't notice your hand go up. Okay. All right. So the motion carries, and we will now go into executive session.
Madam President, I believe you're muted again.
Thank you. This happens every time we come back. Okay. Let me try that again. Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violation or contractual nature or related to consultation with legal counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, nobody's opposed. Motion carries. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to adopt the April 7th and May 5th legal committee's report and affirm the decisions reached. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
What is that? Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. And I believe that's all the motions that I need to make post-executive session. Okay. Next item is, yes? Cluster outreach update. Cam, you're on.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Okay.
I am going to.
Congratulations, you two. We saw the email with the compliments.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, and it was a walk and tell. That was even more exciting
Yeah.
because that means COVID might be almost over.
That's the hope.
Yes.
And Cam, I have heard from other cluster board as well about Michelle Ruiz. So please share our compliments with her.
And most certainly will. Thank you. Let me make sure. I'm sorry, there's something going on here. I'm sorry, I don't think that I'm able to share my screen. Can you see anything?
Yeah.
Sometimes if you kind of stop and then restart, it works itself out.
Would you like me to share, Cam?
Yeah, that would be great. My computer is completely frozen, so we'll see
Oh,
what I can do here. Oh, I think maybe now I'm sharing it. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So let me just full screen this, and we will get started. I'm sorry. Awesome. So we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for your comments. I really appreciate it, and I know our team appreciates it. And I want to kind of echo what Karen was talking about earlier. I am immensely proud of my team. We have been doing an outstanding job in terms of trying to reach clusters and improve overall customer satisfaction across the board. And so I want to thank them all, from me to them, for all that they're doing. And just jumping into what we're currently working on with cluster outreach. We have had a really productive time with our cluster outreach meet and greets. So just so everyone's familiar, our meet and greets are for cluster leadership, and we have been doing them through Zoom in the last year. And they have been extremely productive in terms of making sure that clusters get the support, the resource, the education that I know that they would like. And the last one on April 26th was specifically about our outreach that we've been doing via our show and tells, and talking about our cluster resource hub, which we're going to get to in a minute, but just some overview of the communication and education opportunities that we've been doing. We still are conducting our meet and greets. Our next one is tentatively scheduled for June 28th. And our next Cluster Connect newsletter, which is specifically for cluster outreach and cluster leadership, is June 2nd. And then going into just some highlights in what's going on with the department. As you all may be aware, our last design review manager, Lisa Heath, left Reston Association, and we wish her well on her next step. But we are tentatively hiring someone to replace the DRB secretary. That is a vital role in the Covenants Department, as all of you are aware, especially the board liaisons to the DRB. And so hopefully we have someone on board in the next week or two to fill that position. In addition, we have finally hired our compliance inspector position that we did not hire last year due to COVID. That person has now been onboarded and they are actively being trained to help the compliance team. And then we do currently have 2 advisor positions that are open. We made some staff changes in that department. We really wanted to focus in on making sure that customer service was a focus. And so I think these 2 staff changes will help the overall experience that members are having within the department. And hopefully those 2 positions are filled in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Going into cluster standards, all of our cluster standard books have been digitized. There's 135 clusters, just in case you all were wondering. And about 70% of them have now been updated with the most recent updates that we've been going through in the last year in terms of various cluster standards related to specific elements that we have, talking about roofs, trim capping, windows, decking. All of those types of standards have gone through the process, and now we're updating all of those cluster standard flip books that were not updated before we digitized them. We do have a dedicated seasonal employee that's working on that project. I know that that was one of the questions that we had going into this year, was how we were going to be able to accomplish this with the amount of staffing concerns that were present beforehand. But now we do have a dedicated and seasonal employee that we're hoping to have finish this project before the end of summer. We have established a standard operating procedure for updating the cluster standard flipbooks. I think that that was one of the things that the cluster leadership really wanted to see and have us focus on, which is when will our flipbook be updated so that when members want to do something related to cluster standards or an element that needs the flipbook to be updated, how they know when the flipbook is updated and what that looks like. And so we are making really large strides to ensure that the flipbooks are updated within 30 days of the decision that the cluster submitted that application. And then also we want to acknowledge the platform that we use for our flipbooks we are aware of the Adobe Flash Player being an issue. You're still able to view the book. It just takes an additional step, but we are actively working with member communications to try and make sure that the new website or whatever platform we're moving to will be able to host those documents so that members will be able to access them more easily. And then of course, be able to download them and reference them at any point in time that they need to. And so we're looking at either considering doing the Dropbox situation until the updated website is live. So stay tuned for more information on that. I wanted to talk about briefly our cluster resource hub, because that was one of the things that is kind of our shining light at the beginning of this year in terms of how we wanted to engage cluster leadership and the comments that we were getting about what resources were available for clusters. And I can tell you right now, the Cluster Resource Hub was a gigantic step in the right direction in terms of all of the resources that you could possibly think of that a cluster leadership would need to know or need to be able to utilize and see. So starting from examples of standards that have been updated in example applications so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel when they want to update their cluster standard. All of our governing documents are now in one-stop shops for them to view and copy and paste or link or download so that they can show their cluster members what's happening, what documents they need to refer to. The advisor listing of all of the advisors for all of our properties, the resale information, past meet and greet presentations and all of the recordings and the presentations that we do. So the PDFs and the recordings of those meetings are all uploaded to this Cluster Resource Hub. All of the forms for applications and complaints, the vendor listing that we conducted, and the survey that we've done about all of the types of vendors that other clusters use for municipality services, from trash to landscaping to their vendors for how they pay their assessments and collect their assessments, management companies, and any other survey results that we intend to do going into this year and finishing up this year will all be online. Any member can view this information, not just cluster leadership. It's actually linked on the website under property owner resources. So please feel free to tag along and look at those things. If there's anything that you notice that's not on there, please feel free to send us a message and we're happy to add those. I know one of the things that came up in our meet and greet when we showcased the Cluster Resource Hub was about the non-invasive list and environmental and some lake information. And so we've just thrown all of that information in one location for cluster leadership and for cluster leadership to share with their membership so that they have an avenue to locate all of these documents that are located on the website. And we think that we found that most members are satisfied, or most cluster leaderships are satisfied with the information that is on. And going into our show and tells, as you all know, we had a show and tell this morning with Whitney Park East, and it was extremely productive. I think Mr. Ryder is on the call this evening, and I can tell you now that show and tells are our #1 source of really regaining the trust and the transparency that we would like to have with our members as it relates to the covenants process, what that looks like, having an open and honest conversation about knowing that the DRB process is a little bit of a challenge, as we all know, but we are actively pursuing and trying to engage our clusters in how we can assist getting them through the DRB process, getting them through the covenants process. We have conversations about cluster standards, but as you all know, our outreach is not just dedicated to cluster standards. It's about helping them with enforcement, helping them with inspections, trying to figure out how we can pick up where there are things that are not necessarily a focal point, because as you all know, these are volunteers that we're dealing with, and staff is looking at multiple ways to try and help and provide as much service and support as we can, and education as we can too, because what we've learned is that the show and tells are the best way for us to see the problem, hear about the problems or concerns, and find solutions to what the cluster is experiencing in their specific community. And we do have a couple that are scheduled in June. We've already done about 35 since we started this back in July. And so our goal is to do about 20 to 25 more this year. And hopefully before the end of next year, we'll have touched every cluster with a show and tell, which we're really, really proud of and happy to continue to do them. Our upcoming cluster resource survey, our survey that we've done before was more so about vendors and the services and the upcoming capital projects that they were doing. I will say that our next survey is strictly targeted to cluster assessments. That was one of the things that in our show and tells we've heard a little bit about. Even today we heard a cluster that has a phenomenal maintenance program. Their cluster looks amazing. And you would be surprised to know how much their assessment was monthly compared to other clusters that we've seen that have a higher assessment rate and higher number of homes compared to the cluster that we were at with, which had 32 homes in it. The goal of the survey is to collect and share the information prior to the 2022 budget development process, which most clusters are currently in that process of establishing, just like Reston Association is, what their assessment is going to be and what services they're going to provide. And so we're looking at the frequency of assessment collection, services provided for those assessments, the amount of the assessments. Some clusters offer discounts for prepayment up front, so they may get a 2% to 3% discount paying their assessment up front for the entire year, what late fees they charge, what their delinquency rates are. I think all of this is really helpful information to share, and we have a platform to be able to connect all of the clusters together and collect this information and this data that could be used to help them develop their assessments and really figure out if they're increases or decreases, or if they're staying the same, is what the market is for the type of community that they are. So I think it's really important to help collect this information and share this information amongst clusters. And from our last survey, we had about 45 clusters participate, and we're hoping to get additional participation, and we'll try and throw out these surveys through our Cluster Connect newsletter, of course, our meet and greet, and then of course RA News with the help of Mike and his team in communication. So we're really looking forward to what this survey will look like, and hopefully the survey, we've gotten some constructive feedback in terms of how the survey should be operated. And so we've kind of toned down some of the questions to make sure that we're getting specific answers to those questions moving forward. And so if anybody has any feedback or experience with surveys, feel free to reach out to us as we start to develop that survey and have it ready for our next cluster outreach meet and greet. So does anyone have any questions so far? I know that was fairly quick, but a lot of information, but a lot of slides.
Kim, Bob Petrine here. I don't have an answer to my question, but I know, having been treasurer of a cluster for 5 or 6 years, that there was always a concern about overcharging. And I'll just mention in passing that one of the issues was because it was for a long period of time, we under assessed members. And I don't know how you get that into a survey, but it is one of the issues, given the increased cost of maintenance, that needs to be considered and really help people focus on what the purpose of a reserve is.
Sure, absolutely.
I thought it was a bit of useful information, because people have a tendency to think that you're overcharging when in fact a great portion of the money is going into reserve to pay for repaving a parking lot, taking down dead trees and so on.
Sure, absolutely.
Along those same lines, Cam, the cluster that you mentioned that looks so great and their rates are lower than others, are they self-managed?
Essentially, yes. They have a management company that manages their finances and is a good resource for them. So they do have a financial management aspect. But from my recollection, and Megan, you correct me if I'm wrong, or Matt, if you're in the chat, you can let us know if we're wrong. But I think they haven't raised their assessment in a decade or more.
Wow.
And so if you walked this cluster and you saw what it looked like compared to other clusters that are larger, and their amount of their assessment, they're doing a fantastic job in terms of leading their community, and Matt is doing a phenomenal job as a board member in terms of handling all the projects in the day-to-day. And I think they're, to your point, Bob, they're actually working on looking at a reserve study in the next couple of months or so. So I think it's a valid point, and I'm really happy to see clusters in the condition that they're in now, and having the leaders that they have.
Right. Do you have any sense about how many of our members are taking advantage of the Sherwin-Williams discount?
I think out of the 135 clusters that we have about, I would say 30, Megan, that have a discount code established with Sherwin-Williams. And then of course, all single family homes have that code established as well. So a pretty large part. And we tried to kind of attach the Sherwin-Williams discount with doing a show and tell with us, because that was a way that we could kind of try and engage them. If anyone asks for us, it's not a requirement to do a show and tell, but we would love to do a show and tell in addition to for them.
That's their swag, right? Okay.
Cam, I noticed in your slides that you're having some issues with the platform that have all the cluster books in it, and I saw that there's an Adobe Flash issue, and I'm not sure what that was, but I thought one of the nice things that you have at the end of all the books is links to the staff advisor and also to the application. And I noticed those are broken, so I didn't know if that was the Flash issue or if that was a separate issue. But I just wanted to let you know that they were broken, but they were really nice, I think, to have at the end of each of those cluster books.
Thank you. It's a combination. The link that is currently in the books is actually linking to the old Reston website. And so we're now having to update all of the links individually for each document for Dropbox. And we're trying to figure out a way to be effective in spending staff time to do that, because then we'll have to relink them with a new website, because then the document will be on the website. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah. Do you guys have any ideas when you might identify the new platform? Is it going to be during this before year end? Do you think that you'll need some money to go to a new platform, or you think it will be a 2022 budget request?
Honestly, I think we're going to try and take it down to the basics. Our whole goal is to make it easy for the member to have access to the documents. And so linking just a PDF to the website or having the Dropbox be a utilized tool without spending additional assessment dollars is our goal.
Okay.
The flipbook is relatively inexpensive when you look at comparison, but you're not currently able to download the book. I don't know if you knew that or not, but you can't download the book from our current platform, which I think is the goal.
Yeah, I'm sure members would appreciate having it on their own computer versus having to come back to us every time they want to look at it. So that is probably a very good goal. And then I thought you did a nice job at the fiscal meeting when you did their presentation. You talked a little bit about your outlook of your team. And since budget is on the mind and will be on the mind all summer, if there is anything that you wanted to share with the board directly on things you guys are looking for in the next 2 years, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so like I said at the fiscal committee meeting, clearly workload is always a #1 concern, and the Covenants Department is driven predominantly by payroll because of the number of people that we have in the department. But I think when you look at it holistically, the amount of units that our team is responsible for enforcement and compliance is significant. And so down the road, there will be a need to look at staffing and evaluate whether additional staffing is needed. I think it will be at some point, especially when you look at the level of service that we're trying to provide to the members. But I think also one of the comments that I made was we have a really decent job of getting it right currently before we start talking about needing to add additional staff, and changing process negate the need of adding additional workload and additional staff members. Those are all considerations that need to be covered in that conversation. But I think working and trying to balance adding additional staff, changing the process, and improving the process will definitely be something that I would probably like to see in 2023. If not later in 2022, but clearly we need to get our service right. We need to get things that are important to our members currently right before we start talking about adding additional staff, because the conversation that we would have if we don't get it right and adding additional staff is why hasn't anything changed? We give you more staff, but nothing has changed. So I want to get it right the first time.
Anything else for Cam or Megan? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I'm just, what you all are doing is just so great. So, yeah, I mean, the improvements are just incredible. And as evidenced by the member comments, we get some I shared tonight and some we all saw today. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Kudos to you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, electric vehicles and charging stations. We have Larry and Cam. Cam, you're not dismissed yet.
So Cam and I are going to do a little tag team. I'm going to go first, and I'm going to talk about the piece, and then Cam's going to talk more about the guideline piece. So let me start out by saying, I guess I was chosen to make this presentation, but I am not an expert in electric vehicles. When we got into this after the board's motions in February, we realized that we did not have the technical expertise on staff to truly evaluate these. And I think that between Mac, Hank, Chris Shoemaker, we kind of looked at each other at first and said, this is more technical than we ever expected. And I think if you look at the materials that we provided for the meeting, I think you'll find there's a lot of information there. And a lot of it's pretty technical stuff. So we enlisted our on-call engineering firm, Kimley Horn, and Kimley Horn they do this all over the country. And so on the call tonight, we have Ron Kagawa, who's our main project lead with Kimley Horn, but also Ross Stevens and Michael Krauthammer, who really, this is all they do. They work with, charging stations and those kinds of things. And so I want to say thank you to them for helping us through this. And we're really just at the beginning of this. Again, I'm sure you all will have questions, and I'm sure I will defer a lot of those questions to the experts that are on this call. But let me speak again about kind of the high level about the fleet conversion. One of the things that we realize is that when you look at converting to electric vehicles, there's two main pieces. There's the vehicles themselves, and then you got to figure out a way and a place to charge them. And when we looked at our fleet and what we use our fleet for, they're mostly trucks. And we're talking about pickup trucks, some of them heavy duty, and a number of these things are not on the market yet. However, as most of you saw, 2 weeks ago, Ford came out with the Lightning, their electric truck, and it can suit some of our needs perhaps, but most of the trucks we have are 8-foot beds and not necessarily crew cabs. And the Lightning is only available in a crew cab with, I believe, a 5.5-foot bed. So it's not an exact, match comparison to what we actually utilize on a day-to-day basis. Now, when Ford or some other manufacturer comes out with a Ranger or Tacoma that's fully electric, that'll be a sweet deal, because those are vehicles that we use a lot. All of our pathway crews and so forth, we're not hauling it as much stuff. So the other factor with that, again, is the location for charging. So we've got a lot of the vehicles that we have that are probably most easily converted to electric are at the headquarters building. Those are the sedans, the Escapes, Explorer type vehicles. I think there's 2 charging stations in all of Reston Corner, and we don't own the property. And so that could be a challenge too, because somebody's coming in and say, well, I've got to go get the vehicle. I got to go to CSF, pick up a vehicle, drive it around, take it back there, and then charge it for the night. So there are some operational and logistical challenges with it. And, so we want to sort through that. So that's why this is really just the beginning of this investigation. So what you have are some of the fundamental considerations that respond to the motions that were passed in February. And I think Kimley Horn did a really good job outlining those. Again, the market isn't there yet. And, it's moving very fast. And Kimley Horn they made a recommendation on a call we had the other day that really this should be looked at every, 2 to 3, maybe 4 years as the market becomes more robust with the types of vehicles, hopefully the cost of those, because the competition will also come down, that we'll be in a better place to really look at more wholesale conversion. But one of the things we are going to do, we've got some vehicles coming up in the right now, the draft 22-23 capital budget. And we're going to evaluate and bring back to the board as part of the budget process, the consideration for converting, I think it's 2 or 3 of those vehicles to electric. But at the same time, we also have to investigate the charging capabilities, particularly over at the central services facility, and then also what we may be able to do at the headquarters building, be able to have those, because those are things that are going to have to be charged virtually every day. And again, there's, as you saw, there's level 1, level 2, level 3 chargers and so forth with, variable costs for each of those going up as you go up that scale. So again, we're going to put some consideration of this into the budget, but I think the wholesale conversion, in my opinion, is not possible right now. The vehicles aren't available on the market. And over time, we think those vehicles will become more available, both in terms of like matches to the type of work we do, towing capacity, and also, as I said, the key element is figuring out where are we going to charge them, each and every night for the day use that we provide those vehicles or provide with those vehicles. So That's kind of the high level overview on the fleet conversion piece. And I'm sure there are questions, and I'm sure I'm going to turn to Michael and Ross to answer some of those questions because they're probably going to be more technical than I can address. And so I'll kind of stop there and open it up for questions.
Larry, I don't have a question, but I have a request. When you're sending us that information, could you also include sort of like a holistic list of all the vehicles we use and kind of usage? Like, do all of them get used annually? What's the mileage on them?
Okay, yeah, we have that, and we actually provided that to Kimley Horn.
I see bits and pieces. It'd be nice to have that list. Thank you.
I think you've identified the key issues going forward. We are in the early stages of the conversion from fossil to electric. You've raised, I think, what are the major issues. I think the biggest single one is there isn't at the moment, there isn't a good break-even point. The trucks that are in the offing are more kind of toys than they are work trucks. And the one work truck that the GM offshoot, the Endurance, sounds like it's a joke. It's not going to be available for fleet use. I think that the big challenge is, as Larry has already identified, not the big challenge, but the big positive is the Lightning that Ford is coming out with, but it may not be as usable for the needs that Reston now has. But I think it is the strategy that you've come up with to implement, to take on 2 or 3 on a going forward basis is the best way to go. So thank you very much. It's a very good report. Very complete. I like the detail, and I'm a car guy. Yeah.
I think along the same lines as Sarah and Bob, I thought the information was really helpful to look at. What I found challenging was how to synthesize it all together. So I'm wondering if it's possible to do like a cost comparison, and I know it won't be right, but at least an estimate, because I think, RA has like 60 some vehicles, and our gas ones are on a 5-year replacement plan, but I believe in this report, like the electric ones would be on a longer replacement plan. And so I couldn't really tell, if we looked at, the purchase price of the vehicle, the maintenance on the vehicle, getting the charging stations to where we need them. Is it possible to do like a 10-year outlook estimate if we converted everything from gas to electric, and do a total for each over the course of those 10 years? And even if it's something we don't decide to do now, I would think it would be helpful in the future to show that this board looked at those cost estimates now, and then, when you all think it might be better, maybe 3 years from now, 5 years from now, whenever that is, where the vehicle prices might come down because there's more of them out there, to pull out this cost estimate and then compare it to a new one. And I thought it would be nice to see something like that in our August budget session. So I guess my question is to the consultants, do you think it's possible to at least come up with an estimate for both keeping a gas fleet or converting to an electric fleet? Knowing that it won't be 100% accurate, but at least an estimate.
Michael, you're muted.
I don't see him muted, but I can't hear him either.
Jennifer, if I can comment on this. we can certainly do that research. One of the things we're finding, and Michael or Ron might want to step in on this, is there is no uniformity in the industry right now that really enables us to give, I think, really accurate information. For example, not all the same car companies use the same plug for the charger. We also have to calculate, if we get all our vehicles over at Central Services, do we need to add transformers? What's it going to cost for the charging station? So there's a lot of infrastructure that we would have to put in place, as well as what are we going to do here at this site where there's only 2 chargers. So we can do all these calculations. Our staff has a conversion and a life expectancy for each one of the vehicles that we're currently using, and we certainly can do this. It's a lot more complicated than we initially thought, because the industry is so new. There's no standard. For example, you know where your gas tank is on your vehicle. On electric vehicles, you don't know. There's no standard. It's not on the left rear or the right rear. It could be all over the place. So that, whether you realize that or not, it creates a little bit of a challenge with infrastructure. Michael or Ron, if you want to comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, terrific, thanks. In response to your direct, I agree with everything that Hank just said, by the way. From an infrastructure perspective, these are things to be thinking about. But these are also things that we work on with all of our clients all the time. Placement of the charging port, length of the charging cord, where the charger itself gets installed, whether the vehicles are pulled in forward or backed in. These are all the operational considerations we think about when designing the infrastructure. Jennifer, in response to your question about the budget, we certainly can work with Larry and Hank and Cam to get the fuel usage data for the vehicles that I'm sure you all have. Maintenance records. We can look at what your cost of operating your existing vehicles has been historically. And what makes it relatively easy is we can zero out nearly all of that for electric vehicles, because there is so little maintenance on EVs. We know what electricity costs, and we know approximately how many miles the vehicles drive. So we'll be able to estimate pretty accurately how much electricity the vehicles will use. The really good news is that even since we prepared the first report, which we provided to Hank and Larry and Cam just a few weeks ago, since then, the price of the vehicles has dropped almost 50%. I mean, literally, we were thinking $70,000 per vehicle a month ago. And then 2 weeks ago, Ford came out with the F-150 Lightning at about $39,000 before the $7,500 federal tax credit. And so while all the capabilities may not be in version 1.0, I'm sure that Ford is very aware of the demand for the vehicle, and they're going to want to capture as much market share as they can. So I expect that in 6 months, we'll have a lot more information about the Chevrolet Silverado and other Ford models, as well as other options on the F-150 Lightning. So, prices are coming down, and what we'll do is we'll put together some models for you. Absolutely. I think you'll find it very compelling.
I just want to clarify real quick, Jennifer, just so you know, we'd appreciate our vehicles over 10 years.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the reserve study and I saw 5. Sorry about that.
Tom, you had your hand up?
Yeah, if I could direct this to Michael and Ross. First, thank you very much for showing up tonight. I appreciate this. Just in terms of looking at this particular one, subsidies either through Dominion Power, through the infrastructure bill that may or may not come out someday. I assume we want to be in position so that if there's any of those that are available, if we wait for a long time, it's probably we'll lose out on them. Do you guys have any thoughts in regards to that?
Yeah, I mean, there are infrastructure tax credits available now under current law, even before the infrastructure bill comes through. So there's a lot of uncertainty going forward, but we do know that there is currently, there are some tax credits available for charging infrastructure today. Certainly, I think the expectation is they're only going to get better, not worse. And we'll certainly also reach out to Dominion to find out if there's any opportunity for them to help there. I wouldn't get my hopes up on that. You know, I want to manage your expectations appropriately. But on the tax credit side, there should be. And also there's more and more charger companies are coming to market, bringing more features at lower prices. And so over time, we're just going to have more options. But even today, the price for chargers is substantially lower than it was just 2 or 3 years ago.
I think we looked at site partnerships with companies like Volta that provide advertising.
Yeah, we're extremely familiar with Volta. They have a very specific go-to-market approach. You know, they install their equipment at like very specific locations, typically, well, exclusively, high visibility, high value retail locations, like in front of grocery stores and department stores, high-end shop, Whole Foods, stores like that, Macy's, Home Depot. So, yeah.
Is that your nice way of saying none of our locations would be prime?
Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with every single location, but they would typically they'd go in front of a grocery stores where they go, not to where the pickup trucks park. Sorry.
Are there others that have a similar model that we can explore?
No.
One of the things that I've noted since I have an electric vehicle now is that because I'm no longer paying gasoline prices, I'm not paying gasoline taxes, and the state has been kind enough to recognize that by raising my registration fees.
Yes,
it's a modest amount of money, but I just think it's kind of commonsensical to believe that whatever jurisdiction, as they lose gasoline tax revenues, will be looking to tax, looking for some other means to tax electric vehicles. So I just mentioned that in passing.
Yes. So we refer to those as either road user charges or EV taxes. So depending on your political affiliation, you might call it the different things. All I would say, I agree with you. I agree with you, Bob. All I'd say is if only fees on EVs would be enough to fix the deplorable state of the highways in this country today, the loss of revenue from gasoline or the loss of revenue to the Highway Trust Fund is not because of EVs. I can assure you of that. It's because of increased fuel economy in the other 17 million vehicles that are sold in this country every year. It is something to be aware of, but generally speaking, you're probably not going to be paying dramatically, if any more, in whatever the fees end up being than you're paying now in gasoline and gasoline tax. Your savings will most likely still be net positive.
Yeah, I smile every time I pass a gas station.
I hear you on that.
I have a question for Michael and Larry together, actually two. And the kind of work that RA's trucks do, does that require, will electric trucks have comparable power to fossil fuel driven trucks or heavier work? And Larry, you would know how heavy the work is. I don't think it's super heavy, but will electric vehicles have the power, electric trucks specifically?
I think eventually they will. Right now, for instance, the F-150 Lightning, I think it has a towing capacity rating, Michael, is about 5,000 pounds or is it 2,500? I can't.
Hard to keep track of all the numbers, yeah.
Yeah, but right now they're like for hauling, our long mower trailers that we do for the roadways and the ball fields and so forth. There's not a vehicle available to do that now. And again, that's what I mentioned in my earlier comments, that over time we think that's going to change. They're gonna say, look, there are millions of trucks that need to haul trailers out there, so we need to get into that game. Whether that's Ford, Chevy, whatever. Yeah. So I think eventually we'll get there. The bed length is another critical thing. So the trucks we have now are standard 8-foot beds. It's throw long tools in, brush, all kinds of stuff. So and I drive a Tacoma and I got a 5-foot bed, and I can tell you it's very compromising when you haul stuff, without having to make multiple trips. So, I was talking to Mike McNamara about that. That's what we were talking to you when they come out with these smaller version trucks. That would be great for us. Right out of the chute for that. But until there's more of the standard fleet style trucks with the 8-foot beds, we don't think they will work. They won't work nearly as well as what we actually have right now.
So a second question is, if given the possibility, not probability, of a prolonged electrical outage during severe weather events, when our work is the heaviest, when we're out clearing trees off paths and stuff like that, would that lead us to have at least some hybrid trucks in our fleet, so that in case of electrical outage and therefore difficulty in recharging, that we could rely on gasoline? Or do you think we will not need that dual fuel setup?
Actually, Ron and I have actually talked about that, and he brought that up a few weeks ago. I think it is important that we have that capability. I mean, right now our CSF does not have a massive. We don't have a generator backup for the whole facility. That's what would be required, and that's that would be a major investment in and of itself. So I think having hybrids will be important. And then also, when you think about some of our specialty equipment, a lot of equipment that is not, they're not making electric, like our Bombardiers, our snow plows. I'm not sure when they're going to come out with a beastly electric version of that can push 2 feet of snow. So, I mean, again, we're just really talking about the on-road vehicles, and then we have a lot of other specialty vehicles too that when electric versions of those may come out, that could be way down the pike. Hopefully that answered your question, John.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's Michael here. I mean, there's a lot. There are a bunch of different issues baked into that question, John. I agree with Larry, certainly on all of his points. I'll just add to that you'll remember we're just at the very, very earliest stages right now. So when we will see the first electric snowplow, there may already be one out there. Just because I can't recall it off the top of my head doesn't mean they're not there. Now, what they cost, don't know. A lot of options are coming out there. But even putting the snowplow aside, you're not going to be replacing all your vehicles overnight anyway. I mean, you're going to still have some of these vehicles in another 8 to 10 years. The most recent vehicles, at least. There's also a strategy that some of the companies are taking where they're offering what they call like range extenders into the electric vehicles. The idea is that there's some sort of either gasoline, diesel, or hydrogen fuel system along with the electric that isn't really intended to be used on a frequent basis, but is there for these very unusual times that may pop up in the life of the vehicle. And so I expect we're going to be seeing that option out there, just recognizing your very concern right there. Things like temperature and payloads can dramatically affect the amount of energy that a vehicle uses. And so it's hard to make predictions just based on an average day. Now, another two things I'll say real quick about the electrics is that although we do have the challenges of not having the heavy duty vehicles yet, they can be charged with a generator, a standard generator. And also the batteries in the vehicles are pretty large. You're talking like 100 to 180 kilowatt hours. And so if all the vehicles aren't used in like a hurricane, you do have that power available for the community to tap into for things like powering up cell phones, laptops, lights, other emergency equipment that may be available. You can like literally stick an adapter into the plug of some of these vehicles and like run a whole bunch of, power strip off it basically. So you've got this amazing portable power now that you don't have with the gasoline or diesel vehicles. So it's a little bit of a give and take.
Excuse me, I need to interrupt these proceedings because I need a motion to extend the end time of this meeting.
So moved.
Do you want to put in, are you moving to extend till when, Sarah?
10:30? Too soon?
I would say 11:30.
Yeah. I agree, 11:30.
I agree.
Okay.
11:30 it is.
Okay, I'll second that. All those in favor?
All right. We can always end early.
Opposed? That's right. That would be nice. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. You may continue, I'm sorry.
I was done, thanks.
Okay.
That was a very creative solution, though. I had never even thought of something like that, but you're right. If they're like portable power stations, the cars become. That's really interesting.
I don't want to become a Ford salesman, but that is one of the features that they are building into even their base model Lightning truck is the capacity to in an emergency charge home, provide electricity to a home that's without electricity. So it's or do worksite, provide power to the worksite tools. So
Right, and
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's a good point. So like, for our Pathways crew, if they got to go out and they've got to use a saw or a screw gun or something to do a repair on a bridge, they could actually use the vehicle that they drove out there as the power to do that. So again, I think eventually we'll probably get there, but just not quite there.
We are in the early days.
Yes.
But things are happening very, very quickly.
Yes. So if there's no more questions on the vehicle portion, I'm not trying to cut it off, but I'm recognizing that we've covered
I think we should move to charging.
I would turn it over to Cam at this point for the second part of our show.
This is the really exciting part, isn't it? So thanks. I want to acknowledge a couple of things, because when we first got this directive from the board in January, there were already conversations happening from the cluster level in terms of how can RA create a guideline or standard, and how RA can assist cluster members in getting access to EV stations. So the number one thing is EV stations have already been approved by the DRB.
Right.
The problem occurs when there is not a guideline established that the DRB can objectively review that application. And so it was already something that was imminent anyway. The second thing is this is a lot more complex than we initially thought it was going to be, in terms of having 135 different clusters on top of rest and association property, on top of commercial property, on top of multifamily condos and apartments. Creating a guideline that encompasses everything is a lot more complicated than we thought it was going to be. And also, one thing to be noted here is that Rest and Association is one of the first associations across the country that is establishing a guideline for electric vehicle charging stations. I work with a large number of community associations that are large scale that have not even tapped into establishing a guideline for electric vehicle charging stations, predominantly because Reston is unique in the instance that all 135 sub-associations have control over their common areas instead of the master association controlling the common area for each neighborhood and community. So we are already 10 feet in front of being a game changer in terms of doing this. And even though this timetable that we currently have for establishing this is kind of looking at towards the end of the year, having an established guideline for electric vehicle charging stations. So I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page in terms of that. This is not an easy conversation. Ron, Michael, and Ross and I with Larry and Hank have had multiple conversations, and we are all in agreement. This is much more complex than being able to kind of throw out a guideline, which in my experience is fairly easy to write a guideline, but this one is very complicated to do. So jumping right in, one of the things that we want to mention in terms of guidance is Reston Association is not in the position to inform or try to provide guidance to clusters on how they use their common areas. I think that's an important note because a lot of the conversations from the members that we're hearing from are how, why, what liability, what risk is there, am I in danger of being sued? All of those conversations happen at that level in terms of should we allow individual members to use the common area privately for their exclusive use. That's not something that we're going to address in the design guideline for electric vehicle charging stations. That's something that needs to happen before that application gets to the DRB. And so just quickly going into the design guideline, the DRB has not seen this. And I think that that's an important thing to note because we're kind of doing it a little backwards. Typically, a design guideline starts with the DRB and then goes to BOC for review and then comes back to the DRB for a public hearing. We are kind of starting it a little backwards in terms of the motion that came from the board in January and providing you kind of a taste of what we think would be a good starting point for a design guideline. And so the original thought process was that the design guideline should be for all properties. And so we have different property types in Reston Association. This guideline should address all properties and kind of have everything encapsulated in it in terms of should clusters do a cluster standard for electric vehicle charging stations? That is one of the things that is a note that keeps coming up when we talk to clusters and we do show and tells. And the thought process is that predominantly most installations are going to be on cluster common area and assigned parking areas for the exclusive use of those that would like to install them. And so should there be a cluster standard for this? Again, it gets a little bit more complex in terms of creating a cluster standard for something that is specifically designated on cluster common area or an apartment common area or condo common area. Do you really want to establish a cluster standard for these types of elements? Or do you want to have a hodgepodge look in terms of having a Tesla proprietary station versus a post that has an electrical outlet on top of it in your cluster? Clearly, there's a wide array of growth on product market availability in terms of what's happening, and that changes 6 months every year. And there's really a hard way to try and nail it down. $6,000 installation for a Tesla charging station versus a $2,000 installation. What does that look like? Does the cluster have the authority to do that? Then you throw in the combination of the law. The law established last year strictly prohibits homeowners associations from prohibiting installations on private property. And so all of these thoughts were considered in reviewing kind of the draft setup that we have currently. But I just want you to know the total scope of what we're dealing with and trying to establish this design guideline is that there are a lot more considerations and a lot more questions that come up as we get the ball rolling in terms of what the design guideline should actually look like. I think that kind of encapsulates everything that I wanted to hit on. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the draft guideline. And then before we open it up to questions, I wanted to talk about the timeline here, because I think that was one of the questions that came up. Our hope is to have this draft guideline and this draft shell presented to the DRB working group that was established at the beginning of this year. The DRB working group was clearly invested in making sure that there was a design guideline established for this because of, again, the DRB needs to have a guideline to objectively review a modification. And then clearly this is something that clusters want, cluster members want, and we're trying to make members successful in their requests for these types of things. So the DRB working group needs to review this, and hopefully our goal is to try and have something more substantial reviewed by Kimberly Horn, of course, and then presented to the DRB at their July full board meeting. It is, in my estimation, is going to take about 5 months to go through the process. And so just quickly, I know Tom had asked the question, if everything goes well with no delays, we're looking at presenting a final to the board in October. There is no August board meeting, so we're kind of delayed on top of that with the no August board meeting. So if anyone has any specific questions about what you saw in the draft, I'd be happy to answer them and kind of go into detail about specific why we were starting off that way, if you'd like.
Kim, I have two questions. Number one, are there any applications for charging stations in the pipeline right now? And then secondly, how do you intend to address people who, between tomorrow and when the guidelines are approved, how do you intend to deal with those applications?
Sure. So first question, up until today, there was an application pending, but that person has rescinded their application in hopes of trying to reintroduce their request to their community. But to address your second question, I'm sure legal counsel may have a different opinion on what I'm about to tell you. But I think there is a situation where the DRB has already approved 6 separate types of installations. And so you kind of get into that gray area of, does the DRB have the authority to reasonably review a request for a modification that there is no established guideline for? That I'm not going to answer. That's not for me to answer, but I think the answer would be yes, because they've already approved 6 different types of installations that there is no guideline to reference. The problem occurs when there is an affected party, and there will always be a misapplied guideline because there is no guideline established. So there is a certain gray area where you could say, yes, the DRB can review any type of EVCS requests because they've already approved them. They have an obligation to reasonably review requests, even if there is an established guideline and there's already precedent for it, versus should they review the application because, or should they not review the application because there is no established guideline, and how can you objectively review something that doesn't have a guideline? That's very specific in terms of that type of modification. So I would say the DRB would probably review any request that they submit and will evaluate it in a certain level of reasonableness that's appropriate.
Thanks.
What would be a reasonable basis to deny the application if you have no guideline?
So one of them would be dependent upon where the station was being installed. If it wasn't a joint application, that would be a reasonable reason to deny an application. If you saw the presentation that we did in January, you can see there's a wide array of design aspects of the stations that have been approved by the DRB. And to my knowledge, I don't think that they've reviewed a station request and denied it for a design aspect of the application. They've always denied it because it wasn't something that could be installed on common area because it would encroach. There would be an obstruction of a cord over a sidewalk or something to that degree. But it's possible, and I will say most applications are already kind of reviewed in a subjective type of nature anyway. That's just the nature of the beast of having a design covenant or a design guideline instead of a design standard where it explicitly delineates what's acceptable versus what's not acceptable.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You guys must be tired.
I don't have any questions for you, Kim. To me, it sounds like we as a board should back off and let the DRB do its thing. And I think I would kind of just ask the DRB liaisons from the board to bring this piece of the EV back to us if they feel like it's died at the DRB maybe. But this piece, I feel like as a board, we should kind of let the normal course of action, run itself, and it will eventually end up back on our plates.
Yep.
For the first one, I just wanted to ask Hank and Larry, do you need a motion to do the 10-year cost comparison and bring it back in August, or are you okay with how?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more questions or comments, thank you all very much. Thank you, Ron and Ross and Michael, for being here tonight, and Cam and Larry for your presentations.
All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to work together. We're looking forward to it.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Michael and Ross.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Thank you, and thank you for bearing with us as we are quite behind schedule. Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, Hank, your turn. See,
Yeah, I'll try to get us back on schedule. Let's see if I can do that. Christina, could you put the slides up for me, please?
Sure, 1 second.
Okay, thank you. Just the one that starts with the calendar.
Is this the correct?
There you go.
Slide?
That's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you. You all have this in your package, so I'm just going to go through it. But from staff's perspective, we're on schedule. This is the board approved budget preparation calendar, and if you look at May 27th, tonight we are to bring to all of you a high-level discussion of factors influencing the biannual budget. And I also was supposed to bring any suggestions of new programs and services. As I informed fiscal at their last meeting, we are not planning right now any new programs or services. Mainly, we're trying to get the things that we have had in the pipeline last year that we weren't able to do because of COVID up and running this year. So we're not looking at doing new things for 2022. So I won't be reporting on anything, so we don't have anything to report on. But let me bring you up to speed on some of the questions I have, and I do have one I really hope that you can help me with tonight. Can you go to the next slide for me, please, Christina? There you go. There's several major factors that are indeed influencing the biannual budget. And I'll just kind of go through some of these points, and they're really, for the most part, put in the form of questions that we're in the process of answering internally, but also are going to need the fiscal committee's help and others' helps. We're in the process of gathering information and looking for some insight. But the first bullet is, what amount do we want total revenue to grow in 2022? And should we set a target? With that in mind, revenue comes into our organization, not just through assessments, but it comes in through non-assessments as well. So, and this is the question where I really need help tonight from all of you. How much of a factor will the assessment rate change play in the process? And do we establish a ceiling? Do we establish a zone of what you're feeling comfortable that we should consider for an assessment increase? And I have some slides that weren't included in your packet that we'll get to in a second that shows the historic spending, the historic assessments and what those increases were. We actually go back over 45 years, but and I'll show you that just so you can see it. But we're going to work on the one for the most recent one, which is 2006 through 2026 through 2021. There are other factors. For example, there's been a lot of points made that we should be going to the TSA facilities and trying to get them to join and become members of RA. That has been done. We have been indeed having conversations over the years with them. There's no value for them to do it. And that's what they've told us. Many of these facilities have their own swimming pools. Tennis is not that big a deal for them. They can use all of our trails. They can use all of our open space. And so trying to convince them to come on board has been a real challenge. But are there any other suggested new non-assessment revenue things we should be considering? Again, based on what's the target we're looking for revenue going forward in 2022. It was brought up at a special meeting, but we're looking at investing money in several pools for renovations and repairs. Some of these pools are very, very old and underutilized. So the question was brought up to the board at some point. They need to consider, do we need to keep a couple of these pools offline for 2022 as you consider what you're going to be doing with them as we take this out to the community and get their input, or not? And if so, if we take them offline for a year or two, how is that going to impact our budget? How much money would we save? There are known operating expenses that have been approved. In the 2019, what's referred to as the Archer study was approved. And the first phase of that was implemented in 2019. But because of COVID, it was not implemented going into the 2020-2021 budget cycle. And I'll show you on one of the sheets that follows what the costs are and what that second phase involves. What is the projected 2022 RA merit pool for potential pay increases for staff? Again, there was no pay increase offered to our staff last year. So we're probably in a position where we need to make sure that that happens or consider making that happen. It's a board choice. Are there any planned new staff positions or filling any of the positions that were vacated? I did share with you a lot of the members' input, and you have that as background information. That's not really scheduled to be brought to you in detail as what we are prioritizing until after we take it to the fiscal committee, which we're scheduled to do, I believe, June 16th. Those are the proposed members' suggestions we'll be bringing to the fiscal, and then it'll come back to the board. What are our projected insurance costs? And we've been working on that very hard. A lot of the staff, Tom and Larry, have been working on that diligently because our insurance runs from July 1 through June 30th. So we do have a component of that we have to address fairly soon in June. And what is there a need to add back seasonal staff and contracted mowing staff? I think you know that they were removed from central services in order to save money out of the budget. And is there a need to add those folks back? So if you go to the next slide, we try to address some of these issues that we are aware of. One has to do with Archer, and the Archer recommendations is the second phase. Basically was that we have 47 full-time equivalent staff that are currently operating below the minimum salary range for their positions. So they need to be moved to at least the minimum salary range. And we also have 4 full-time equivalent staff who have been with us for more than 5 years. And the policy that was voted upon in 2019 was after 5 years, we want our staff members to be kind of in the mid-range of their salary range. So we have 4 of those. If you look at the metrics on that, the number that adds up to is over $176,000. The Archer report also recommended in our market, and compared to what other like institutions and organizations do, they recommended an annual pool for pay increases of 5%. I'm not using that as an estimate for kind of getting to some bottom line numbers here or some projected numbers. We used a merit pool of 3%. if we were to elect to give staff a pay increase this year, that's another just about $220,000. We also are projecting what's going to be increased healthcare, dental, life and disability, and a 401k match, essentially the benefits. That looks like it's more than likely going to go up roughly $45,000. There's some savings that can be seen as well. And HR is projecting a higher voluntary turnover as we go into 2022. Not so much because staff would be dissatisfied. They're projecting, and some of the folks they're dealing with in the HR side of things are looking at it as we're now moving into an employee's market. There's a lot of jobs out there, many of them that pay really well, that a lot of our staff would qualify for. And so we're thinking potentially we could have a 13% volunteer turnover, which would save us about $178,000 as we go through the process of recruiting replacements. So that comes off the bottom line number. We've also been told, and Dave Kerr, I think, mentioned it in members' comments earlier, and again, this is not recommendations. These are things that we're aware of that people are going to be recommending or have already. Dave Kerr has mentioned multiple times, and I think he gave a very good points about why he'd like to see in fiscal, but at least adding one more senior staff there. We've also known, and there was a lot of information provided to us through several members, I think there's a total of 10, that were pointing towards adding back the environmental resource, the senior director there, essentially replacing a position that had been vacated through retirement. IT has actually pointed out 2 specialists that they need. And those 4 positions right there, based on what are prevailing wages, would add up to another $430,000. So, and then on top of that, and I haven't, because this document was prepared on May 19th. Since then, there's been actually 3 other suggested new staff positions or returning staff positions brought to my attention. And I can show you what that would add up to once I get to the bottom line here. So if you add everything up and then you deduct the loss of staff who voluntarily leave us, we're looking right now at about $705,000. And then if you look at, we have been working with the insurance, and the insurance market is becoming very, very volatile and very, very tough. And the worst case scenario we're looking at right now is that for 2022, essentially the half year of 2022, we would see an increase of about $116,000. Worst case scenario. We believe it's going to be less. But if you add all these things together, that right now, right off the top, what we're aware of brings the number to $846,000 in new expenses. There's, as I said, there's 3 or 4 other positions that have been suggested, at least 2 others that have been suggested for the environmental side of things. CSF, for example, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but CSF lost, or for cost savings, they elected, we asked, and they volunteered to, they're down 6 seasonal staff members in order, and they're trying to do the work differently. But if they need to come back, we've added that number in. And then there's also capital projects position that's been requested. When you add all that into this equation, as we start to look at this preliminarily, that number goes closer to $1 million. So when I start to think about how do we put this budget together, at least the first couple of drafts, and how do we share this with all of you, it would be exceedingly helpful if we indeed had a range that you felt comfortable with the assessment. And then we can start thinking about how do we prioritize the positions, as well as is there non-assessment revenue that we could be pursuing in the next couple of years that would help offset this. So Christina, if you could put up the non-assessment revenue charts I shared with you today. And we will definitely make these available for all of you in the packet. It just, we were able to get this put together today, not in time for the packet that went out. This first one is going to be very, very hard to read. And the only reason I'm showing it to you is it indeed shows 45 years of assessments. It starts in 1964, when I think we all would love to see the assessment at this rate, which was $40. And it shows us going along, and if you follow it to about 1990, the assessments were going up, and at 1990, it was $238, but then the next year it jumped to $300. That's the biggest jump that we've ever seen in assessment growth. And I think Larry shared with me, and Larry, you might want to comment if I don't have this correctly, that's the year when the pools became, we started to have, what was it again with the pools, Larry, on that one?
They wrap the overall operation and maintenance cost for pools and tennis into the general assessment. Prior to that time, it was a separate pool and tennis rec pass that you had to buy, and fewer people were purchasing it each year. And the board made a fairly bold decision that says everybody benefits from having the pools and tennis courts, near their homes, whether they use them or not. And so they put the basic operation and maintenance costs into the assessment.
So that was the biggest jump, and that was over 20 to 25% jump that year. Christina, could you go to the next slide, which makes it a little bit clearer where we've gone from 2006 to last year to current year. The orange line is what is permitted to charge by the state. What is permitted to charge for assessments through POA and other for homeowners associations. And you can see where we've gone through from 2006 to 2021. There for a long time we were tracking, below, but tracking on the same level as that curve. But then we start to get a little volatile. And since about 2018, we've been sliding far away from this curve. If you really wanted to do the math on this, between 2009 and 2014, that 5-year period, the average increase was 5%, 5%, 4.6%, 4.4%, and 7.5%, for a total average during that 5-year time of 5.3%. If you then go to where we are today and go back to 2016 and go from 2016 to 2021 and add the increases all together, the average increase in that 5-year time frame is 1.75%, just under 2%. So what's happened every year I've been working on putting the budget together is we haven't had clear directions from the board has never shared with us what is their threshold for assessments, so that we then can start working from that perspective as we put the budget together. And it would be helpful if you all could think about it or talk about it and share with us. But let me just put it in perspective a little bit. At having the increase of what I showed you on that third sheet, basically the Archer report, the pay increase, the increase for benefits, the $11 an hour minimum wage we're going to get hit with in 2022, HR's projected cost savings, where we are with just the 4 positions I've indicated, and also the worst case scenario with the insurance, that would be roughly a $40 increase in assessments. Roughly around a 6% increase. So what I was hoping you'd be able to help us with, so that we don't put a budget together kind of on our own and come back to everybody, and everybody gets kind of upset and concerned saying it's way too much. if you could kind of think about what you might, as a group, as a board, you would feel comfortable with assessments, percentage-wise, we then could go back and start, I think, putting the budget together and prioritizing the information we've been getting from the membership. So that eventually what I'd like to do is come to all of you, almost like cafeteria style, saying, well, here's the priorities that will fit within the range you've given us on assessments, but here's what it would cost if you wanted to add this, or if you wanted to add that. And I think it would be a more productive and clearer way to move forward. So that's kind of where we are. We're on schedule with the calendar. We're going to be on schedule. We're going to meet what we're supposed to do all the way through the rest of this. It just would be very, very helpful if we had some clear guidance on where the comfort level at the board with the board was on percentage increase in assessments.
Okay.
Thank you, Hank. Comment, questions?
As treasurer, let me say that keep in mind, these are largely the increases that Hank has brought forward are largely personnel and insurance related.
Right.
And he's correct. I did the same calculation. It ends up being if no other expenses change through next year, it's going to increase, the assessment by $40, $39.85, using the numbers that staff has based the overall assessment. One of the things that I, as treasurer, have tried to do is to not focus on assessment, but focus on what it costs us to run the operation, as well as what we expect to spend or what we must spend on capital maintenance and improvements, because those are the big bucks. If, without this year, for example, let me pull my numbers up here. We have budgeted $3.4 million for projects that were approved for this year. If you add into that the $2 million in projects that were budgeted for prior years, the spend is at $5.45 million. We have in cash and investments about $8 million. So we do have a cushion. So one of the things that fiscal committee is looking at and will bring back to the board is, do we pierce the minimum requirement, which is a 10-year looking forward average of capital expenditures plus a 10% contingency reserve? What does that really mean? Can we meet expected capital projects, the cost of expected capital projects, keep costs controlled and control? The assessment is going to fall out of all those factors. The other the unknown factor is how much non-assessment revenue will we be able to generate? And if you look at where revenue is generated, it shouldn't surprise anybody that the recreational services are where non-assessment revenue largely comes from. So it's pools, tennis, camps. Camps does very well. The central service facility rents spaces, which does very well, and the garden plots. So there are a limited number of ways that we generate non-assessment revenue as it exists now. And then if we do not create new programs, the only way that we can cover all these other things that we have to cover and meet resolution 3, which is this minimum reserve requirement, is to up the assessment. It's just, we don't have any other way of generating revenue. So this is not to criticize, but it's just to bring to everybody's right to the front of their consciousness that we are moving into a very complicated time for RA. We have a significant number of our amenities may require renovation. And we have to figure out whether we're going to do it according to a schedule or defer, or maybe we can defer those if in fact they're in decent enough shape. They won't have all the bells and whistles that the newer pools might have, but will they get us by? Or do we have to consider other factors? Do we defer maintenance? Do we keep a certain number of pools that need renovation or maintenance out of commission for the entire year, which saves can save a considerable amount of money? It doesn't get rid of all the expenses, because there are certain expenses that you're stuck with, fixed costs that you're stuck with that you cannot defer. You have to maintain certain levels of water quality, whether you use a pool or not, as an example. So I'll stop there. And I don't mean to frighten anybody, but there is a lot to think about. A lot to think about. Yes, John.
Just responding to what you said, Bob, and to what Hank said, I guess, first of all, I absolutely believe Hank deserves our answering his questions. I remember when I began on the board, this board, 5 years ago, I urged us to do what they did in Arlington County, and that is we had a meeting where budget guidelines were established by the board in consultation with the county manager, and that doing exactly what Hank advocated. In other words, how high can we go with in the county taxes for us, it's assessments. So I think he deserves to have our answer to his questions. Secondly, I think to have this conversation, we need a work session. And I would say we need to have an ordered, intense discussion on the issues. Some of the big issues that I would highlight would be, what level of service can we and should we be providing? What are our essential functions, and within those essential functions, what levels of service can we economically sustain providing them? I think we need to talk about our reserve levels, as you've indicated, Bob, and our use of reserves. This has been a perennial discussion. Usually in October of each year, we have tussles about what our reserve level should be. We know what our set level is, but many say that level is too high. And finally, and I think I've become a minority and perhaps a sole voice on this, I think we need to carefully examine how we pay for our capital projects, whether we do all pay-go, in other words, we pay for it in the years that we're using it, or do we finance part of it? And I have advocated financing part of it. I believe it is a diminishing, if anyone's supported me ever, I gather from what people have told me, it's a diminishing position, but I think we ought to seriously look at it, because that's one way to level out the cost on ratepayers now.
Thank you, John.
If I could just continue to add a little bit, if you could give us a range that you would feel comfortable with, that allows us to actually think about, and Bob's absolutely right in how he described our non-assessment revenue currently. But there are other things that we could think about. So if we knew what the range was, and as John just rightly pointed out, if we could have a work session where we started to clearly identify what is the level of service we want to offer, what is the essential functions we're supposed to be providing, and then we do prioritize around that, we then can work that into all of this, and we will come up with what might be a gap. And then we can see if the gap can be filled by the current ways we do non-assessment revenue, or if there's some other things that we could consider and bring to the board for consideration that we could start offering to think about to fill that gap. If we don't do it that way, what happens is you leave it, and it was happened the last couple of years, you leave it for staff to kind of speculate. We go through multiple processes, we come back and share multiple versions of the budget, and everybody gets, and people think this is exactly what we're presenting as gospel, pardon my expression, when in fact it's just a draft that we're trying to share with you so we can get to that number. What is the assessment number you're comfortable with? So if we could go there first, it would help enormously. And I think smoothing out how we go through our budgeting process, and also give us the opportunity to think, well, here's the gap we're trying to fill. So we need to start thinking about, are there a way to enhance our current non-assessment revenue programs? And is there a couple of programs we haven't done, but we might want to think about doing and bringing to the board for consideration? So, John, I appreciate your remarks, and I think it would be exceedingly helpful if we could get that number.
Okay, well, let's talk about how to do that and when. Jennifer.
So I will motion that the board conduct 3 budget work sessions over the course of the summer. One, to identify our core goals, as John was saying, but also to include in that one an executive session on personnel matters. The second one to discuss everything left in the operating budget outside of personnel, and the third one to discuss capital, our future capital budgets.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, discussion.
Hank, how quickly do you need answers to the questions in your outline?
We're committed to staying on this schedule, which is in your packet. And we have to have the first draft ready for the public hearing. If our first draft to Board of Directors is due September 23rd. So if we can work throughout the summer and get to these answers, it should give us the opportunity to have the first draft of the proposed budget to the full board on the September 23rd. So that's my deadline.
So if we give you that range that you've been asking for by end of August, that gives you enough time? No.
No.
By the next board meeting, I would think.
But yeah, I sort of interpreted Director Mooney's comment in terms of having a single working session as providing answers to the questions relatively quickly, not over the course of the summer.
I'm absolutely amenable to changing the dates. But I will also say, I've seen these budget sessions that directors have had over the course of the year, and I don't think it's possible to do in one session, because I don't think it's possible to do in one day, even if you met for 6 hours.
There's just too much detail in each of them. There is a great deal of variability particularly the capital projects. And we need to get staff's considered opinions on when things have to happen, because as we've seen with the Lake Thoreau pool, and it's going to be representative of all the pools, they're going to be multiple year projects. And once you commit to do them, you're, as the old saying goes, you're in for a penny, in for a pound. That once you start down that path to renovate a pool, you've got to complete. So it's all the planning that goes into it, which costs money. Then lining up the contractors, getting it done. And we've seen the better the planning process, the less delays we will have getting things done. Just my experience.
So, oh, go ahead, John.
I can be foolish, but I'm not so foolish into thinking that we can answer all these questions in one work session. What I was trying to do was to have a work session where we begin to work on Hank's request for what is in effect a budget guideline against which he can craft an initial budget. So I do not doubt, I like Jennifer's identification of 3 focuses in bringing budget into a reasonable shape. Mike, but I do believe that I am hesitant to separate, our key functions and therefore our key priorities, personnel stuff and capital. I think they function together. And so I would like not to hermetically seal those 3 topics. I guess I would like to begin with an overall budget workshop where we agree on what the issues are that we need to master in order to come up with a good 2-year budget. And there will be subsequent ones, like where we drill down into personnel, where we drill down into capital. But I think we need to see them in relationship, because what is done sloppily in one will affect the other 2 areas.
So are you envisioning, John, one work session that would happen soon where we would do just that, and that would also be the one where we come up with our range?
What
to give Hank
range, so he can start preparing a budget. It has been so frustrating,
right,
for all involved, that without a budget guideline from the board, staff has created a budget, and then usually, unfortunately, in the fall, the board says this is too much.
No, I agree. It's been sort of backwards.
And they have to then create a new budget, or do a radically cut budget.
Right. It's creating much more work. Hank, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of continue on this. I appreciate the conversation. I am looking for a gap. So like a 2%, give me a 2% range that you felt comfortable with, because then that will help us start to put the picture together that is going to enable all of us to start making out some of these other decisions. There's a lot of new staff requests. There's a lot of capital requests. There's all these things, but if you could give me a range that had a gap of 2%, so say 5, you felt comfortable with say 3.5 to 5.5%. If after we had this conversation, that gives us enough information to start putting a reasonable first draft together, which I think is going to be necessary for us to have these conversations. And as Bob's pointed out, this is an incredibly complicated budget cycle we're going into. And I think it's going to be that way for the next couple of years. So, and it's not just from my perspective, and I think I really appreciated when Dave Kerr made this comment when we started talking about capital increases. He said, this isn't just a numbers issue. It's a number, there's other factors here. So for all of you on the board, it's not just, hey, it's 5%. There's other factors you all have to weigh in to get to that number. But if you could give me a gap, a percentage gap, it would be very, very helpful.
So can we come up with that tonight?
No. I don't think so.
Jennifer?
I agree with John. I don't think it's possible, but I like the approach better of us coming up with Hank coming up with, his bare minimum budget. And then the board, as we go through these work sessions, are affirmatively saying, yes, we would like this added to the budget. And it is going to cost $1.38 an assessment, or it's going to cost $6 an assessment. At that point, we're affirmatively saying, we believe in this budget line item, or we believe in this group of budget line items. And we understand at that point what the assessment increase is adding. And maybe we start at the 718 where we currently are, and we start building on that. Because I've also seen in budget sessions where you find places, and as John pointed out, that core goals area where there might be things that we decide were very valuable at one point and are no longer valuable. So you kind of do this adding and subtracting game. And by the end of the process, I think at that point, everyone will feel good about whatever the assessment ends up at, because we put the work in to decide what should go in the budget and get there.
Yes, Bob?
I think if we follow the suggestion that Jennifer's made, we will get to a point that we're satisfied much sooner. We will understand why we're there. And I think you'll find that by October, we'll have everything done. What we've done, for whatever reason, particularly last year because of COVID, is everything got kicked down the road until September, and all of a sudden it's November and we have to approve the budget. So we made a very good stab at it. Staff did exceedingly well. We're under different circumstances now. I agree with Hank's assessment that this is going to be a tough labor market, not because because people are going to be, there's going to be a lot of turnover. Everybody's expecting it. And with all the additional costs that with the minimum wage raise, I think that's important. And the other thing, just consider, today I saw that plywood is up 86%.
Mm-hmm.
So just materials alone I think we're going to get whipsawed. Laura brought up that we are not affected by chlorine, but right now she made the great choice of ordering early. Those are the kinds of things that, you can only do so much of. You don't want to store chlorine. It's not a great thing to have around in great quantities, more quantities than you need. So those are the kinds of things that we're facing in this next 2 years, particularly the biennial budget, and then where we stand with Lake Thoreau and the 2 other pools that are in the pipeline to be looked at, to be renovated. So lots of stuff to look at.
Well, so I think what Jennifer is proposing is not going to give Hank what he wants when he wants it, is what it sounds like to me.
It's kind of like the way we've been doing it, to be perfectly honest with you. staff puts a budget together, comes back, and then you tell us what you like, what you don't like. And what we're trying to do is smooth that out a little bit so that, because there is and you're going to hear it when we move forward, you've seen a lot of proposals for new positions. And I think they need to be qualified as to whether or not they fit into, as John pointed out, is this the area we really need to staff right now? Or is there another way to do it? So I think having some basic guidelines on what you're anticipating, feeling comfortable with from an assessment perspective helps us enormously as we start to go through the process of putting this complicated budget together. And so the first draft will be a much stronger draft. And the tweaking that we'll have to do that follows it, I think, will be a much more productive process than what I've witnessed since this would be the third or fourth budget I've done. So I'm just throwing it out as a suggestion. We'll continue working the way we've been working, but having, some defined parameters would be incredibly helpful.
And ideally, you would like that as soon as possible, Hank?
Yes, because one of the things we're going to start doing is members have given us a lot of their suggestions. And that's part of in your packet, by the way. You have a short sheet that kind of and then you have the full statements of what the members have shared. In 2 weeks on June 16th, we're supposed to present we're supposed to monetize that and bring that to the fiscal committee. Basically what members have suggested and what we think some of their suggestions would cost. So that's scheduled for the 16th of June.
Okay, well, Aaron.
Regarding the motion that we have before us here, I wanted to ask kind of Jennifer to get your take on it. John said he was worried about dividing the discussions up and hermetically sealing them. I didn't get the impression of that from yours, that it was going to be structured as a overview followed by a couple of deep dives. So I think they're amenable to both of those ideas.
Yes, that was my intention, was what John was saying, is we start big and then we chunk off the the smaller areas. It was the date, I'm flexible on the date. If you all want to do these in the next month, I'll make myself available.
All right, yep, Aaron.
So I don't have one ready, but perhaps there is an amendment to the motion that would specify dates, or at least.
Did we have a motion that had been seconded? No.
Jennifer made the motion.
I made it and Aaron seconded it.
You did, okay. All right, Bob was shaking his head because I didn't think so either. But, okay.
It slipped by me.
Me too, apparently. Okay, so that was Jennifer's motion for the three work sessions to be completed through the summer. Okay. All right, so it sounds like, is the sense from this board that we do not want to come up with that range that Hank is asking for prior to June 16th?
I can answer that. I think it's definitely not happening tonight. And Hank, what I'm struggling with is just by your numbers, that's about a 40+ increase, and that's about 6%. So I don't know if, as a board, at least for me, I don't know if I'm ready to say a 6% is something we're comfortable with, especially not knowing, and we talked about it at lunch today, how are we helping or supporting those who cannot afford to pay that? So that's a little piece that's kind of hanging for me, and I'd like to have that answered. So it's not fair for us to come back and say, we're only comfortable with 3% when we know just your ask is already at 6%. That's the only reason why I'm not okay giving a number tonight.
I wasn't suggesting that we come up with it tonight, but I think that June 16th date was something that Hank would have liked it by. Yes. Yes.
Aaron, if it could be on the agenda for the next board meeting in June, we certainly can monetize what I need to bring to the fiscal committee on the 16th. And also, please bear in mind, what I shared with you tonight on that sheet was not anything we're recommending. It's some of the things are scheduled and have been approved by previous boards, and other pieces are what has been shared with me to date that I know I could put a number to. None of it is being recommended. All of it is something you'd have to approve. But by giving us that defining the assessment, it helps us then come back to you with various priorities and showing what will fit within what the board is feeling comfortable with. And then how we make up the gap if we want to go a little bit further beyond that.
Okay.
So you would like that by the next board meeting?
If it could be on the agenda and perhaps a discussion, and between now and then, I certainly will answer any questions. And as Tony said, it's after 10 o'clock and good decisions are made after 10 o'clock, I think is what.
That's right. We're not done yet. No, yeah, I don't think we should try to make it tonight, but I think maybe we need to meet before the next board meeting so that we have come to a thoughtful conclusion. So, but there is a motion on the table, so.
Jen, I have some suggested dates if you're open to. We had one before the June 16th. And would you consider one, I don't know how you and Bob feel about having one that's joint with fiscal? And that way we get 3. I don't know how my fellow directors feel.
Sure.
Yeah, and I left it open as over the summer. I mean, if that means we finish them all by June 30th, it's still over the summer. Or if we finish them by July 5th, it's still over the summer. So it really left it open for us to make the determination of when we're available to have these sessions. And I also wanted to leave it open because it will take staff time to prepare the sessions. So I wanted them to be able to help us come up with those decisions.
Okay. Can we incorporate in this motion then having arranged for Hank by the next board meeting? If we have a session sometime before that, is that possible?
I think that would be a good amendment to have the first of the 3 sessions.
Yep.
Okay.
Mid-June at the latest.
Maybe that could be as Sarah suggested with fiscal. Their next meeting is the 16th.
Yeah.
Which is a week before or 16th or 17th, and it's a week before the next board meeting.
And I just think we need to have just the board work session and then be ready to go with fiscal. That's why Bob has suggested one before 16th and then maybe 16th be the one together. If that makes sense. So at least we know what we're asking for fiscal.
I agree with Sarah. I think there's one that the board needs to have. And I also take that from what Bob and I have been hearing in fiscal is, and part of the motion that he wanted to put on the agenda tonight, it's they also feel the need that they need some direction from us in order to do their analysis. And so I think we owe it to both staff and the fiscal committee to give them some of that analysis.
If I may be concrete and specific and personal, my wife and I are having a very important get together with our family. We in Chicago, and we leave on the 16th. We will be back the next Monday. I would like to propose, and I'm going to, in a few minutes, I hope, propose that we have a work session on the comprehensive plan issues galloping upon us in June and July, sometime in the week of June the 6th. I would like to propose Tuesday, June the 15th as a possible date for a board work session. I would be able to be there. And I don't want to miss it, but if I miss it, I miss it. Anyway, that is a concrete suggestion. We could also the dates the previous week, but that will we are having a work session on comprehensive plan issues. So.
Yeah. Okay, so can we get an amendment to the motion that's on the table to specify the first workshop will happen on June 8th, if that seems like a reasonable date for everybody?
Second, that sounded like a motion to me.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment has been seconded. Okay, so any discussion on the amendment motion? All those in favor?
Can I just have 1 second? Like I need to look at my calendar.
I'm literally just doing that right now.
I know, I'm
yes.
assuming I don't have anything that night.
Yes, June 8th would be fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment to the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. So now we will vote on the original motion. Does it need to be restated? Everybody? Okay. Is there any further discussion on that?
One quick question. Christina, can you see, or Tim, do you know the date of the EAC meeting? Is it the 1st or the 8th?
I don't think it's the 8th, Sarah.
It's on the 1st?
June 1st.
June
Got it.
1st.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no more discussion, yes, John.
So I want to make sure that we understand that in that first meeting, we will begin with kind of an overview. Is that correct, Jennifer? Okay, so that we don't not drill down immediately into the three big focuses that we do need to attend to. But we're going to begin with an overview. Okay.
And we will end with that gap assessment for that range for Hank.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Hank.
Thank you.
And that's at 6:30, right?
Why not?
You want to break tradition.
I'm willing to start at 6 if that works for people, but.
Can do 6.
6? Okay.
What do folks want?
6:30. Thumbs up for 6 from Aaron. Looks like it's thumbs up from everybody. So, okay, it'll be Tuesday, June 8th at 6 o'clock. All righty. Segueing into the treasurer's report.
Okay. Christina, if you'd bring up the pages. I'm going to focus because of the time, and we still have a number of issues that yet to be discussed. I want to. I'm really focusing on the dashboard, the first page of the financial reports, which is the third page behind the header page on the treasurer's report. And what I've done is I've copied out the sections that I wanted to discuss specifically, and mention that remind everybody that we collect between 70 and 80% of our revenue within the first 3 months of the year. And I just wanted to highlight total contribution to net assets, which in corporate world would be net profit or gross profit, is 820, almost $829,000 better than budget, while 41% of the variance is due primarily to timing differences. In other words, we have expenses that we know which we will incur over the course of the year. We haven't recognized them as yet. So approximately $400,000 of that positive variance is due to expenses that we haven't recorded just yet. The remainder is due to operating efficiencies and better than anticipated revenues. I thought I'd spend just a few seconds discussing the two major non-assessment revenue areas as we're moving into the summertime. The first are recreational passes. Although through the end of April, we were doing better than in 2020, but that's not saying much since things were beginning to shut down very dramatically. We are somewhat about $100,000 behind where we were in 2019. Staff has indicated that people are very interested in camps. So registration is moving ahead. Registration has been steady, and we hope to increase recreational pass sales as soon as school is out. The standout area is pickleball, which a couple of weeks ago, a number of directors and staff visited the facilities, and I was absolutely surprised at how many people in the middle of an afternoon were playing pickleball at Autumnwood. It was packed. People were waiting 4 and 5 deep to get onto the court. So that is quite a success, and is given the way that it appeals not only to youngsters but oldsters like myself. I think what is done remarkably well. Camps, despite restrictions imposed by COVID, we filled 77% of the slots available. Although this is behind a typical year, we are still accommodating virtually everyone that we can possibly. And so as a result, camp registrations are very comparable to last year. The only downside of camps is we had to cancel the science camp completely because it's operated at USGS, which said they would not be able to honor their commitment to the camp this year. Go to the next page, please. Okay, I wanted to focus very briefly on capital expenditures. So far this year, we've actually spent a little over $900,000. I wanted to make only one remark relative to capital expenditures. The second number under budget represents the total money budgeted for the year. It's not year to date. So I didn't want to say we're way behind where we typically are. This is very typical of where we are at the end of April. It's largely weather dependent. I think it's also useful to note that there are a little over $2 million in projects that have been carried over from prior year budgets that are either in the process of planning and or completion. Then we move on to cash. We're in a favorable cash position. We have, given the positive impact of operations today, total cash is almost $1 million over budget. While operating cash is down, what appears to be $1.6 million, if you look at the investment portfolio, the investment portfolio is more than made up for the decline in operating cash. So we've taken the opportunity to make that money work for us. throughout the year instead of keeping it in cash balances. Besides, the transfer from operating cash, an additional increase in investments reflects positive market conditions. In other words, our investment manager has done well by us this year, as well as the market as a whole. And I'll just mention in passing that we tend to focus on accounts receivable, so those reflect the what is owed us, and the largest portion of that is in this year's assessments, but we're running much better than last year. Cash is doing quite well, so I'll just leave it at that for the update on the financials. Are there any questions? Happy to go into anything in any amount of detail that anybody would like. I would like to, if there aren't any questions, mention earlier this evening I had mentioned that the fiscal committee had made a recommendation regarding capital expenditures for the RRF, the replacement and repair and renovation facilities, which is the major portion of our capital budget. And I wanted to mention why we brought this up. In the next decade, we may spend as much as $40 million between operating expenses and the renovation of the pools and tennis courts which are our major amenities. In the next 5 years, we potentially could spend $20 million in just capital expenditures alone. So the fiscal committee at its last meeting said they wanted to kind of put markers in the sand, at least starting points when we begin to look at capital expenditures. And the first one is to have a 5-year plan. We had talked about a longer period of time, but given the increases in costs, 5 years was about as far out as anybody was willing to go. And to look at those in a very scenario-driven basis. In other words, what do we have to do? What could we defer or move out the timeline? The second was that we must be as efficient as possible on the operating side so that we are minimizing excessive expense and are providing members with a good experience. The third is that we basically are looking forward with a future view to ensure that our amenities are sustainable over the long term, so that we're not overdeveloping or over renovating facilities that can't be supported in a reasonable fashion. At our last fiscal meeting, I believe Hank mentioned that one of our sister organizations, Columbia Association, which depends largely on long-term financing for its capital projects, is looking to refinance their entire portfolio because they cannot meet the debt servicing. They need to extend so that is one of the issues that brings us to the last point, is that as we look at operations and as we look at capital projects, we should have the money either generated from operations to cover operating expenses and capital budgeting, and not depend particularly on long-term financing. So that's the basis of the resolution. It was, as I mentioned before, it was not intended to be lines drawn in the sand that this is what has to happen, but to begin to look at capital budgeting with the concurrence of the entire board so that they understood what we're about, what it's going to cost, and when things have to happen, and the timelines to have the improvements and renovations completed. And from a fiscal standpoint, we felt it was necessary to bring this forward at this time because we're right at the beginning of the budgeting process. And as we've already recognized with our previous motion that we're going to be looking at capital projects, and this is one of the ways to look at it. So I will stop there and answer any questions that anybody has.
I have a question. I need a motion to extend the the end time of this meeting to 11:45.
Sure. Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Thank you, Bob. Does anyone have any questions for Bob?
I wanted to ask, I was thinking about our last motion, and I think what Bob brought up in his report made me reflect even more. That although I think that the staff and fiscal deserve some guidance and direction from the board, and we can give that during these work sessions, I would ask if what I do think that they can provide us is some guidance going into these work sessions, into helping us make the agendas for them. So involving, Dave Kerr and Bob and I as fiscal liaison, and Hank and Tom Deal and Karen into making the agendas for these work sessions. I think that the fiscal committee could definitely help us in that. They've had discussions about things that they would like the board to make decisions on. So I would just ask that we take that into consideration as we make the agendas for the work sessions.
Sounds good. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, then we will move on to Lake Thoreau project update. Wake up, Larry.
Oh, I'm here. Sure. I'm going to do my best Chris Shoemaker imitation. He's still out on paternity leave, so I'm happy to present a very quick update on Lake Thoreau. And Christine, if you could pull up the slides, we will rip through those because there's still more to talk about tonight. All right, let's move on to I guess would be the second slide there. Just real quick, where we're at in this process is estimation and procurement phase. I'm going to go into a little more detail on that in the next phase. And the next real key decision point will be a little later this, we hope this summer in early fall with having a general contractor on board. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a second. So we don't need to spend much time on this one. Next slide, please. So this is the, kind of what our look ahead in terms of timeline, but I need to speak about this a little bit. We put out not too long ago, a RFQ, a request for qualifications, to pre-qualify general contractors to bid on this project. We sent out 10 to firms that we identified, and Kimley Horn, our engineering and planning design consultant on this, and we got 2 responses. There were two good responses, but for a project of this scope, we certainly had hoped for more. Just in the last couple of days, we've identified 2 other contractors that we're going to reach out to that had similar experience. But this is a little bit disappointing, but I think it's indicative of the overall market that many contractors are very, very busy. And, whether it's a home improvement contractor or other ones. Key element here, we're going back to the DRB in June. We've got concept approval. We're going back for final approval on the site, and I'm going to go into a little detail on that in a few minutes. We've got the county submission, it's in, and we're responding to comments on that. One of the key things going back to the contractor piece is we're hoping to get a general contractor on at the 80% design development piece so that we can use them and utilize their skills, because for those of you who have ever worked with an architect and so forth, or or even engineers, not to throw them under the bus, is that sometimes what they design in practicality is tough to actually build. And so we want the general contractor to come in kind of at the tail end of that and provide us some guidance before we finalize the plans at the county. So this schedule is going to probably get pushed a little bit. We don't know exactly how much yet. Chris and I have a meeting coming up in about a week with Kimley Horn to discuss some of these details. Next slide, please. So Bob, you referenced this earlier. This is from the Associated General Contractors, with essentially the main contracting association around the country. And you can just look at these figures. You know, you've got lumber and plywood, steel mill, copper and brass. Everything has gone up. And you see the bullet at the top. The initial estimate for this project was done before most of these spikes in prices. And we're hoping this stabilizes some and that these prices come down. Another one that I want to reference, the Engineering News Record, the annual building cost index is up almost 10% since May of last year. And that's just overall building, just, you know, not these specific elements of building. And then also, here's a really crazy example. And when you think about a pool, there's a lot of piping in pools. PVC costs are up 270% from March 2020 to March 2021. So when you think about buying, you know, an 8-foot piece of PVC pipe, I mean, so things are ridiculous out there right now. So we do have a cost estimator on this project. And right now it is an ever moving target with the way these prices are going. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's something we're going to have to really look closely at, particularly when we get a general contractor on. Next slide, please. Now some more of the fun stuff. I thought I corrected that. That DRV meeting is June 22nd. The 300 postcards went out today, I think, as part of the required notification.
It's June 22nd in the packet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. So it is June 22nd for y'all's reference. And then, so one of the things we had to look at, we've got to look at the roof geometry that was initially presented. So we've got some new ideas we're going to share with the DRB. And so we're going back in June and we're hoping to go back to get absolute final with a lot more of the details at the July DRB meeting. Next slide, please. So here's some of the key design updates, and there's a graphic below I'll tell you what it's going to be first. So the main ADA access, we're including a ramp now. So we have full accessibility into the pool. And it still permits 5 complete 25-meter lap lanes, but we felt it really important to incorporate this design feature. Many of you, if you've been to Hunter's Woods Pool, you've seen that similar ramp at that pool rebuild. Slightly reducing the size at the 0 depth, just to create a little more deck space. That was a couple comments we heard. And we've moved the spa to create better flow on the deck. This was something that the DRB suggested, and we actually thought it was a really good idea. We are maintaining the capacity of the existing spa that was out there. And then with the overlook, we got some comments on that. We're reducing the overall size. We're reducing the height difference between between the pool deck and the overlook as well as the ramp area. And we're able to eliminate an additional stairwell. And we're proposing to integrate a public art opportunity with a pollinator garden and possibly some, shall we say, artistically designed bird houses or something of the like there. So make it some real community interest. Next slide, please. So here's a graphic, kind of put the arrows to where those main changes are. Starting in the bottom left, we'll go clockwise. You've got the spa relocated further away from the pool house. Creates a little more privacy, but also creates better circulation coming in and out of the men's and women's room. And then you can see the 0 depth area, which is the next one up at about, about 10 or 11 o'clock. And then you've got the overlook pollinator garden. And then what I think is the really coolest add-on here is the ramp coming from the 0 depth entry down to the main pool basin while maintaining, 5 25-meter lap lanes. Next slide, please. And then just a quick update. We are incorporating a family bathroom into this design, into the, we're basically putting an addition at the front of the bathhouse because for ADA reasons, we need more space for the men's and women's rooms, and also the mechanical room, which right now, for those of you who have seen it, is pretty small. We need to make a more modern mechanical room. And that's the part of the building that you see here. Next slide. And this is we talked about the raised deck, and you know, as we've let you all know in the past, we believe we're going to be able to eliminate that lakeside wall, and we'll have a 3-to-1 slope with some you know, some slope protection. We don't have all the specific details on that, and the possibility for kayak storage underneath that. And then those are details we're still working out and you know, getting comments on. And I know the DRB had some comments on that as well. Next slide, please. Oh, I guess that was it.
That's it.
Yep.
So if you have any questions, I think Ron Kagawa from Kimberly Horn is also still hanging out on the call.
Thank you for that Chris Shoemaker imitation, Larry.
Yeah.
Any questions for Larry or Ron?
One quick question is the bathhouse going to be restored or rebuilt?
Restored.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically, yeah, we want to keep the structural guts of it, if you will. And then, but because of the space requirements, that's why we're adding on that section to the front.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Jennifer.
I have a bunch of questions. Now that we're getting closer to the groundbreaking, Larry, when do you think the board would see kind of a breakdown on the construction costs for the project? Is that, I'm assuming that's after we select a general contractor, but before budget time, you think, or?
Our goal would be to have a general contractor on board no later than August. I mean, that's kind of a rough goal. Again, we did not get a really good response to the pre-qual piece. And so that's going to incorporate a little bit of delay. I don't know, Ron, you want to?
Well, I think it's, make sure I'm not muted. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's fair to say that we're getting close to groundbreaking now. We're still at about 60% documents. So we got a little ways to go yet. So I would say that once we get a GC on board, and then they have a chance to talk to our cost estimator also, who we're carrying, to do comparative analysis, we'll be able to give you some harder numbers then.
Just trying to figure out if we're going to have, you know, something close to what we think the actual is going into the budget process.
I think we're probably talking about August, September, October range.
Okay. And then what are the minimum things that we need to do on this site to come into ADA compliance? Are we doing the minimum things that we need to do, or are we doing more than the minimum?
We're doing the minimum, and the key elements there are the parking lot, which has to be completely regraded for park compliance on the parking space, and then raising the entire pool shell up so that it's at the same level as the bathhouse, and then making the bathhouse itself and all the components therein compliant. So we really are doing the minimum program to make the facility fully accessible.
Okay. And that tree that's at the corner of Sunrise and Wheelie that the members have talked about, did we ever determine if that was it's not called an invasive species, but it's called something else? We knew it was an oak, non-native, that's it. Do we know if it's a non-native yet?
And we believe it to be a sawtooth oak.
I wish I was a gardener and knew if a sawtooth oak was non-native, but it's
an oak
not
tree.
my area of expertise. So is a sawtooth oak native or not non-native?
The Virginia DNR advocates removal of them.
They do. Okay. Because I know that that was a piece that the community was really
Yes,
interested in keeping.
yes.
And I guess I would ask then, is there something that we can do at that corner? Because it's at the corner of Sunrise and Wheelie, and it creates kind of a separation from that main Sunrise Valley corridor, that tree. So I don't know if we can put a larger tree in to begin with than a sapling or something that we can do to create that barrier.
We are replacing it. If we can put in some more substantial things, be happy to do that. Provided the budget allows.
And then do we know anything about the Chesapeake Bay RPA changes? Did they come into play? Do we think they're going to come into play before we go to the county with our plans?
We provided a board memo earlier in March. That was a response to the discussion at the last meeting.
Okay.
And
Sorry, I wasn't on the board then. If someone on staff could point me to wherever that memo is, I'll be happy to read it. I didn't know it was in there, sorry. And then, is there anything that we can pull out of the project to reduce the costs? Are there nice to haves in this project? And I don't think I need an answer to that question now, but I think that maybe at the next update, that would be nice for the board to know. As we get closer to the actual pricing of it, is if there is a list of nice to haves that we need to consider when we're looking at pricing, it'd be nice to have the list.
That's a tough question because the program that we have there really is
pretty tight.
It's a replacement of the existing facility, almost like for like. I guess the only thing that is really truly new, other than bringing everything up for accessibility purposes, is the large, what we're calling the overlook deck. But that also is a pervious treatment as well, and so that that's kind of important too.
And that is actually integrated. It's a good point, Larry. That the wood deck is also a means of getting more deck space that is at the same level as the pool, while not having to pay for a retaining wall. So all these pieces are kind of intertwined together. If you guys can see what I'm doing with my hands.
I think the big thing
but
is
it was very important though to have one single level around the pool. Right now there are 4, and neither are accessible amongst each other. I'm sorry, I interrupted someone.
no, that's all right. I was just going to say the biggest single difference is that the pool's all going to be one level.
Yes. Yes.
That eliminates the need to remediate the retaining wall.
That's correct.
Well, it does remediate the retaining wall, but it doesn't create a substitute. This is seems to me a much better solution.
I love the pollinator garden addition. I think that the community would really like something like that. I don't, again, it's not my area of expertise, but when I first saw it on there, I was like, oh, I wonder if everyone's going to get stung by bees because it's right next to the path that's there. But I don't know enough about gardening, but I don't know if is there a better place, like is it the lakeside a better place to put it so that you have, as you walk by the lake, the pretty view on that side of the paths, but it's not in the middle of the paths themselves. But that was just a personal observation that I was a little worried about.
We'll be glad to take a look at that. We also would advocate reducing the cicadas too, but that may be a challenge.
I like the cicadas.
Yes, Larry likes them. I run away from them.
Well, I only say that because I came in the house tonight with one on my shirt and didn't know it. That was kind of a scene.
And then I noticed on this iteration of the drawing, the length of the pool is 40 feet now because we have that extra, I don't know what it's called. It's the concrete piece because it used to be L-shaped, right? So you walked in
Yes.
and then you had the full length of the pool.
Yes.
But now there's this
There's a-
concrete barrier so that there's like a lane you can go around. Does that affect swim meets at all, or the ability for RA to use this pool for swim
No, ma'am.
groups? Okay.
That wall that you're referring to is actually to provide an accessible ramp into the main body of water. On the south side of that wall, that is still remains a 25-meter swimway. There are 5 of them.
25 meter. Okay. I knew I had 50 and 25 in my head, and I thought, well, 40 doesn't match that, but it's meters versus feet. I got it now. And then the other thing that I guess I would ask is if we could separate this presentation out from the board packet and put it on the RA website, the Lake Thoreau project update, and then send an email to the community. I think they would really appreciate that.
Yeah, and also the DRB application that has all of doesn't have all of this detail, but it has all the renderings and stuff. Well, I think it was uploaded to the capital project site today.
Oh, it was. Okay, great. Because the community really enjoyed having that too, because it had more detail than was in this board presentation the last time.
Oh, way more detail. Yeah, it's like 50 pages or something. But it also includes the prior application, so.
Those were all my questions. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks for
Pleasure.
hanging in there, Ron.
Absolutely.
Larry.
Great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, and Ron's getting up in like 3 hours to go fishing.
Yeah, actually at 3:30. Yes.
Wow.
Well, good luck.
Okay, go lay down.
I told Larry I was going to sleep in my waders tonight, so we're in good shape. So,
Well,
thank you, everybody, very much.
special
Thank you
then.
very much.
Yes.
All right, good night, Ron.
Good night.
I hate to say this, but I think we need another motion since it's 11:32 and we've got a couple more things on the agenda. So anybody want to do that? Yes, John?
What should it be? I'm gonna move that we extend the meeting till 12:15.
Oh, I'm hoping it doesn't go that long. I was going to suggest 12, but
Well, me too. I hope that too,
but sure, why not? Then it'll save you
Second.
from doing it again.
Second.
All in favor? I mean, I'm not in favor, but I'm in favor. Okay. So, all right. So I believe what we need to do now is defer one of the matters it was slated that was going to be moved to executive session personnel matters. We have another matter that we will not defer, but so I think the motion is to defer the, yes, Aaron?
I would like to move to go into executive session.
Okay.
Personnel matters.
Oh, okay. And so then,
I think there's more to discuss among the board.
okay. Is there a second? I'll second that. All those in favor?
Oh.
And opposed? Jennifer is opposing. Okay. All right. We're going to enter executive session. And Doug, you will be up first. Hello, whoever is still here. I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a personnel nature were discussed or considered by the board during executive session. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Okay. That carries. All right. I move to approve and ratify the motions made in executive session to extend the end time of the meeting to 12:15 and 1 a.m.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? I take nobody. That carries. Okay. I believe Mr. Mooney has a motion to make.
John, you're on mute.
John, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam President. I will do this with the help of General Counsel as needed. So having ascertained that Bach nominated the IT, named the nominees for the IT Advisory Committee with an incorrect understanding of the permitted number for the committee, the board now refers, I move that the board refer the nominations back to Bach with the request that they recommend a tiered appointment, 3 for 2 years, 3 for 3 years, 3 for 2 years, 3 for 1 year, and urge Bach to address this in an expedited way, including a special meeting.
Fantastic, John.
Huh?
Fantastic, perfect.
Did I thought you maybe named 3, 3, and 1. Did I hear you say, or maybe not? Okay.
3 for 3, 3 for 2, 3 for 1.
That's too many.
That's too many.
5 total.
That's
Sorry, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2 for 3, 2 for 2, 2 for 1.
2, 2, 2, 1.
1, John.
2, 2, 1.
2 to 1.
There are only 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. 2, 2, 1. 2, 2, 1. Thank you all helping me with my arithmetic.
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? It's unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you. All right. I believe we have some new business in the form of the land use update and proposed action.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'll go through this and Larry will please, Larry will help me as necessary. Christina, could you put the PowerPoint on the screen? So this is our usual opening slides. I will add that as of the new election of the members, we now have a third member who is representing Reston Association, that is Jennifer Juszczyk. Next slide, please. So the Reston Task Force, Comp Plan Task Force, the process is speeding up in order to finish by August. You see the dates there, 4 in June, 4 in July. There are going to be rapid decisions made, tentative though they may be, because the full process requires, first of all, approval by the task force, then by the county staff, then by Super Alcorn, then by the Planning Commission, then by the Board of Supervisors. So no final decision will be made until the Board of Supervisors. However, in the course of this chain of approvals, tentative decisions will be made, which is why we bring this matter to you tonight. Next slide, please. There are major decisions to be made in these next 2 months. Land use decisions, transportation decisions, parks and open space decisions, environment decisions, and community equity and public health decisions. Supervisor Alcorn wants Reston to be a trailblazer on these new elements of a comprehensive plan which he's introducing. And all of these, I go to look at the land use. What we decide on land use will affect our ultimate one Reston population. And current calculations are that it could increase the current population by 82% or even 125%. So what I'm saying is these are really substantive issues in all of these areas that we need to deal with. Next slide, please. The problem is that our Larry's and my briefings of you all and of the community have been very rapid, very quick, as this one is. And the purpose, what we're proposing is a work session in early June that will inform the board and the membership about the key details of the major issues, give informal guidance for Reston Association task force reps, Larry and me, and also Jennifer, for advocacy positions that you want us to take in those June and July discussions, and prepare the board for making any necessary position decisions more quickly and confidently. In preparing for it, I had suggested the week of June the 6th. That is now taken. I would propose the date of June the 15th. The rest of the slides are background slides which indicate how people can contact the county, can contact Larry or me, can attend the virtual meeting of the task force, and also some details about those population projections. We're not going to go into them now. So are there any questions, and could we meet on June the 15th for a work session on this?
Check my calendar.
There is a DRB panel on the 15th that starts at 5:30. So I just will mention that. I don't know what the schedule of applications are. It could be very short or it could be very long. They tend to run till 8. The last one I was on lasted until close to 10. So it's hard to say.
But that is a panel meeting, Bob, right? Because I think the full DRB is the next week.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, Bob.
If we're looking at, approving of Trex versus pine on new decking material, not a problem. But I won't know that. I will attempt to find out what's in the queue, and then we'll let you know. It will be my intent to be at this meeting, which is substantially more important.
Okay.
Yeah, I also, because that meeting is taped, I wonder if our DRB representatives wouldn't mind watching the tape, since they don't have voting power or anything like that at DRB.
I was gonna do that on the 8th too, Bob, because we have a panel on the 8th as well.
That works for me.
Okay.
John, I wanted to say that I was at an event this morning that Walter also attended, and I mentioned this to him, and he just right away offered to participate in that if we wanted him to. He's also going on vacation on the 16th, so I don't know if the 15th would work for him or not, but just wanted everybody to know that he has offered to attend.
Thank you. Can we schedule it then?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay.
Madam
Larry, any comments?
I don't know, but Tony was just starting to say
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry.
I think.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I will wait until after this.
Okay. Okay, so we've decided on the 15th. This does not require a motion, I don't believe, or does it?
It's a scheduling.
Either two directors call it or the president calls it.
I'm sorry, didn't understand what you said, Tony.
Either the president calls it or two directors call for the meeting.
I believe a work session is president.
I will, then I will call a land, land use, what do I want to call this? Work session. I can't even talk anymore.
Comprehensive plan.
Comprehensive plan.
Session, info session.
Work session for Tuesday, June 15th. Do we want to say 6 p.m. again? Does that seem to?
That's okay with me.
All right, I am officially calling that then for Tuesday, June 15th at 6 p.m.
And Larry and Hank, can we advertise this for the membership? Because we want to inform the membership too.
Yep, we'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm being informed by Chris that Director Webb pulled all the volunteers off the consent calendar and not just the members of the IT committee. So this board still needs to vote on the PrAC.
Thank you. And also the others, right?
Yes, all other volunteers.
PrAC and
Friends of Reston.
PAC and Friends of Reston and Elections Committee.
South Gates Community Center was on there too.
I don't think that was in the number that we pulled off.
Oh, that was a separate number.
That
Okay.
was a separate number, yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
I have another new business item.
Okay, can we take this vote first, though?
I'm being told by Christina that all volunteers got pulled off, so we need to vote.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
I move that the board approve all the volunteer appointments except for those on the IT advisory committee who will be handled subsequently.
Well put, thank you. It's Bob, you seconded. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose.
You oppose?
Yeah.
Okay. The motion carries. All right. Yes, is there any new business? Other new business? Yes, Jennifer.
I would like to formalize what you said at the beginning of the meeting by making a motion for the board to direct staff to reinstitute the member comments tracking process. And I would also like to create a standard reply message that staff will automatically send to members when they email the whole board to ensure that we are addressing member concerns by a date certain of June 15th, 2021.
I'll second it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Might I suggest that such be encompassed in our resolution? And that the board direct staff to bring to Bach and subsequently the board an amended resolution as it pertains to the association spokesperson, which has a date certain, whether it be 24 or 48 hours, and encompass in that just for the sake of memorializing it.
I'm not looking for a resolution change. I'm looking for this board would like to institute this practice.
I'll withdraw my suggestion.
Tony, you're coming through to me sort of garbled. I'm having trouble. Is anyone else having that problem hearing
Yeah.
Tony?
I said I will withdraw my suggestion.
Okay. Okay, so this.
Is there a second for Jennifer's motion?
Could you repeat your motion again, please?
Sure. I motion that the board direct staff to reinstitute a member comments tracking process and also create a standard reply message for staff to automatically send to members when they email the whole board to ensure we are addressing member concerns by a date certain of June 15th, 2021.
And I seconded the motion.
And I can explain because it's a late hour, if that helps.
Yeah, could you, because I'm not exactly clear on what you mean by a standard reply when members email the board.
So the first is the tracking mechanism, which a previous board had instituted as a practice, and it was a spreadsheet of anyone who gave member comments.
Right.
And then we were able to address the concerns after the meeting. The second piece is that this board receives, since I've been on it, a fair number of member emails, and they go to the entire board, and we do not get back to members. And it's bothering me as a board member to not reply to members. So I think that the members at least deserve an acknowledgement that the board received the email and thank them for the reply and let them know that we'll get back to them in a certain time frame, if we need to take action. But the motion is to ask staff to draft a standard reply message
Boilerplate reply.
that we can agree to and therefore send out in the future.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
The tracking system does not, as you're proposing it, does not create an obligation to respond. Is that correct? Only if the board wants to respond. Okay.
Thank you for asking that. Yeah. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
It's a reasonable thing to do.
Yep. Okay. Any opposed? Okay. The motion carries. Is there any other new business? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
I second. All those in favor? Is there anybody not in favor of that? Motion carries.
Good
Thank
morning,
you.
everyone.
Good
Thank
night,
you,
everybody.
everyone who's still on this call. Thank
Have
you.
a good weekend, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Happy holidays.
Good night.
Good night.